Hey, and we're live. What's up, guys? James here, making some Witch on the Holy Night. So, last time we left off, we basically just started off the story. It was like the first, so just introducing the characters mainly. So we're playing. Currently, we're playing as the main heroine, which is Alco, I think. And we're kind of just running into being introduced to the guy. What's his name? Sojuro. That's it. Or we're just going through some background of him. Yeah. I'm still getting into things, so it's still taking me a while to remember. And there's a lot of exposition as well, so bits and pieces I'm gonna be like fragmented. Let's just go through it. Hopefully I'm not too tired today, so we can go for a bit longer today. Hopefully, we'll see. I mean, I'm actually starting a little bit later than usual. So let's continue where we left off. It's 10 to 12 and lunchtime was quickly coming to an end. The face popped into Class C, as lively as ever. As if it were an everyday occurrence, Alco Awazaki announced her presence. Alco wasn't a part of Class C. She didn't let it bother her as she casually entered the classroom. In contrast, the baby birds who had been so noisily chirping while eating lunch quickly quieted and began to rearrange their seats. Baby birds? They're calling the kids birds? Alright. The students. He bristled internally before looking around the room. So she's like to council second? She's not the president. What do you call it? He could not see the male student she had come here to find. He hardly stood out, so she thought he might be hidden in a corner somewhere. That appeared to not be the case.
有里くん、出席番号12番のしずきくんは
Who kept her tone professional?
俺？しずきならさっき飛び丸殿下が連れて行ったよ。
His Highness? Really? Damn. Okay. Boy was shocked that she actually knew his name. One might think that the reason students referred to Tobinato Sukichi, a royal title, was because he was the chairman's son. It was actually because he acted like royalty. In fact, the vice president, that's it, vice president, was said to have taken a liking to the title.
飛び丸があいつしずきくんと仲いいの
He's the vice president? Oh, okay. So she's actually the student council president, alright. She seems surprised. The class seems surprised at her surprise. Sivels, what's up? How you doing?
いいも悪いも築地くんが男子と仲良く話してるのって今まで見たことなかったよ私たち
Every time, man. Every time.
あ、木の実くんはバカだから別だけど
そうだよな。初めは殿下もあんまり話してなかったけど、3日もしたら楽しそうに口喧嘩してたもんな。ま、しずき相手に突っ張っても仕方ないじゃん。あいつ変だけどいいやつだし。
そうよねいい人だもんね宗十郎くん
The mountainboi. Having recomposed themselves, Class C started chatting again. Alco listened for a bit before turning around, leaving the class with a later. Sojuro talk finished as quickly as it had started. This time was coming to a close in the student council room. Sojuro, having told his story, was smiling in satisfaction. Hobimaru, still sitting across from him, was frowning.
さあ、感想を聞かせてくれ。
Sojiro told his yarn as best as he could. But we might have fingered his brow as if he was angry or concerned.
なあ、そうのじ。お前、人をバカにできるほど器用なやつじゃねえよな。
Oh, gee.
失礼な。器用な方だぞ俺は。
His response only confirmed Tobimaru's suspicions. It had to be one of two possible conclusions. What Sojiro had just told him was true. But Sojiro was so tired that he must have been hallucinating at the time. Tobimaru sincerely hoped it was the latter.
宗十郎、率直に言って、俺はお前が気に入っている。嘘のない人間なんてのは人間じゃねえ。俺は人間嫌いだから、そんなお前さんが気に入ってたりするんだが、そんな奴まで馬鹿げたことを言い出したら、俺は明日から何を頼りに昼飯を食えばいいんだ？
学食で食べればいいんじゃないか？
I forget what the story was. Suggestion, Tobimaru's face darkened.
わかった。はっきり言おう。それは幻覚だ。幽霊の正体見たり枯れ尾花ってやつだろうさ。それでも納得いかないってんなら、いい精神科を紹介してやる。
それが君の感想か。よし、ならいいんだ。
As bitter as Tobimaru's words might have sounded to most, Sojiro swallowed them whole.
そりゃ俺だって神隠しの類だと思ったよ。けど都会じゃもしかしてそれもありなのかもしれないだろ。確かめたかったのはそこなんだ。
Satisfied, Sojiro finished off his last rice bowl and neatly folded the cloth.
おい、すると何か？お前は都会の人間は口から火を吹いたり、腕が伸びたりするのが普通だと思ったのか？
One Piece reference.
まあ普通じゃないけど特別でもないんじゃないかと思ったんだ。
He doesn't know because he's a mountainboi.
ここは山にないものが溢れている何でもありの場所だ。だからそれぐらいやってのける人だってもしかしているのかなと。
His face wasn't serious as it made Tobimaru realize just how big of a culture shock Sojiro must have been experiencing. Living up in the mountains with no electricity. A place where the night sky was as it always had been. Where humans were just one more organism in nature's garden. It made sense that those conditions would create a boy like him. The idea of children growing up so pure was an appealing one, but maybe it was natural to forgo civilization when your population was so small. Perhaps it was so simple a word, excessive knowledge was deemed irrelevant. It was precisely because city life offered him so much that was impossible up till now, and he had come to the conclusion that anything was possible here.
安心しろ。確かにこっちにはタチの悪い奴らばっかりだけどな。そんな魔法使いみたいな奴はいねえよ。
そうだといいんだけど。
Sojiro seemed unsure, and on Tobimaru's part, there were things to Sojiro's story that he had found hard to swallow. True or not, the incident Sojiro had described was disturbing.
まあ、事の真偽というか、どんな間違いでそう見えたかは置いておいてだ。結果だけ見れば、うちの生徒が夜の公園で人を殺したってことになる。しかも双方控えめに表現しても普通じゃねえ。
Okay, I don't remember being described that. Okay, that must have been time skipped just now. As a newcomer to town, Sojiro assumed that everyone was his age was a student at the school. For better or worse, he was right.
一人は火炎放射器を持って、もう一人は、まあなんだ、なぎなたでも持ち出したのか、刃物らしきものが何メートルも伸びたときた。
What's up? How you doing? You're reading. Which on a holy night? Sojiro bobbed his head up and down as he listened to the disbelief in Tobimaru's voice. Hearing it repeated by someone else, he could see how someone might think he was taking them for a ride.
正気を疑うな。尋常じゃないぞその話。
宗十郎、お前、実は俺をからかってんだろ。
いや、全く。けどまあ、 都会にはそんな人間はいないんだろう。なら飛び丸の言う通り夢でも見てたんだ。ここのところアルバイトと試験が重なって辛くて。
To break was just around the corner, and the end of term exams were about a week away, so proving formidable opponents for Sojiro. You were asking about my Persona playthrough a few days ago. Issues I mentioned is now fixed. I can play with. Damn. Nice, nice. Alright, cool. That's good.
俺は基本ができてないから人の倍程度の勉強じゃ追いつけない。ほら、勉強ばかりしているとノイローゼをするんだろ。
This time will be on maniac mode. Good luck. Have fun with that. I prefer playing most of my games chill, so struggling is usually just go back to farm. Yeah.
そりゃするんじゃなくてなるものだが、まあ何にせよやりすぎ飲みすぎは良くねえわな。試験前ぐらいはバイト減らしたらどうだ？
減らしてはいるんだけどね。年末ってアルバイトを休む人も多くて、その代行も頼まれがちだし。
Shrugged helplessly. It was obvious from his words that he had been busy. Even if he was not going crazy, lack of sleep could have caused him to daydream. Yet this all did go down the middle of the night.
なんだか大変そうだな、宗十郎。
ああ、実はかなり参ってる。都会の暮らしは深刻だ。
It's part about that mode in early game. I can't even overlevel, because ironically, Yukari is the only answer to the first floor boss, but they're also super effective against her, so it's literally just glorified roulette. Oh, that's gonna be hard, man. Sojiro nodded with a pained look on his face. What was strange, however, though, is that he did not look the least bit tired.
泣き言言わねえのは感心するけどな。お前、新郎は顔に出ないたちか？ん？
そりゃ、新郎はどこも痛まないからね。
As he answered, Sojiro looked up at the clock on the wall. Lunchtime was almost over.
飛び丸、時間だ。
ああ、もうそんなに経ったか。気にせず先に行ってていいぜ。俺はまだ用があるからよ。
Sojiro watched as Tobimaru made a gesture that seemed to lament the life of a student council member. His eyes looked as if they were looking at a piece of art and not understanding its value.
授業をサボれる身分っていうのは羨ましいな。そういうの、飛び丸が嫌いな手抜きじゃないのか？
そりゃ誤解も甚だしい。俺の欠席は手抜きじゃねえ。特権ってやつだと言ったろ。
The vice president angrily defended himself as he stood up. The transfer student merely gazed at him unfazed. I'm not started this week or even next week is here because I still haven't finished the record on that playthrough yet. One at a time, one at a time.
おいおい、あれだけ説明したのに全然分かってなかったのか？しょうがねえ。まず座れ。いいか、その字。
It's tight moon.
常人を上回る英気と幸運を兼ね備えながら座することなく精進してきた俺でもここを卒業しちまえば裸一貫になっちまうんだぞ。
I forget that Type Moon VNs have a certain charm to them, you know. Like, I booted up the game and it came up with the Type Moon logo and the sound effect that plays. I was like, yeah, this is nostalgic. Style feels familiar. Yeah.
ひでえ話だ。てめえの家柄を活用できんのはあと1年ちょいだけなんだぜ。これの一体どこが羨ましいってんだ。普通一生続くはずの親の七光ってやつが俺の場合はたった3年間しかねえんだからな。となりゃ有効なうちに使っておかなきゃもったいなくておちおち眠ってもいられねえ。ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。何が嫌かってバカどもとガン首並べて金勘定するのが嫌だ。たく嫉妬渦巻く大人の世界じゃ 俺のオブラートみたいな心なんてパックリ飲まれて溶けちまうこと受け合いだろうさ。
So I haven't missed much. Just two dudes in a room 5 feet apart. Yeah. Missed anything. They're just casually chatting. And, Soju was basically like saying, yeah, I saw these two people fight to the death, and they killed a classmate at night apparently. And then the vice president was like, "You're either joking, or you're either fucking with me, or you're hallucinating." And he's like, hallucinating. I just wanted to make sure that this is not something that happens in the civilization, in the civilized world, because I live in a mountain. When we all know what type of game this is, so. He must have been joking. Sojiro took his tone to be completely sincere. He listened as he envied Tobiona's ability to be so open about his feelings. From his frame of reference, there was nothing he could do but take Tobiona for his word.
あら、そんな権利なんて留年すればいくらでも引き延ばせるのに。なんなら協力してあげましょうか。
The door to the student council room flew open, washing away Sojiro's half-hearted responses to his friend. This frosty statement destroyed the warm atmosphere in the room. And it also marked the abrupt end to Tobura Tsukiji's reign there.
いや、いい。自分の夢は自分の力だけで叶えようと常々思ってるんだ。
そう。なら今みたいな恥ずかしいこと力説しないでね。廊下にまで聞こえてたわよ、副会長さん。
Missing a beat, Aoko Awazaki stepped into the room. Her dark hair was slightly disheveled, as if she had been running. Her gaze missed the sitting Sojiro entirely, and was focused completely on the ranting vice president.
頑張れ、飛び丸。
Sojiro quietly got up to head back to his classroom.
割と薄情なんだな、お前って。
Tobimaru grumbled in front of Aoko.
だって時間がない。
だから、そういうのが薄情とだな。
He cut himself off. Aoko briefly shifted her gaze to Sojiro.
時間がないのは私も同じよ。あなたにはいつも振り回される。
Complaint. It was her honest opinion.
なんだ、要件は総十郎かよ。
安心なさい。あなたにもあるから。
I'll deal with you next. He shimmered with a murderous glee. It was slightly different from the more sullen gaze to which Tobimaru had grown accustomed. For whatever reason, Aoko's mood seemed worse than usual.
しずきくん、あなた、走るのと泳ぐの、どっちが好き？
Aoko asked abruptly. Sojiro frowned a little before saying he was fine with either one.
ダメよ、一つにして。
泳ぐ方かな。けど、どうして？
あなたがまだどこの部にも所属してないから。
Succinct reply. One that left no room for Sojiro to object.
うちの校則読んだわよね。生徒はただ一人の例外もなく、部活動に参加しなくてはならない。正直どうかと思う校則だけど、決まりは決まりだから。
そんな無茶な。悪いけど、そこまでの暇はないんだ。
でしょうね。
Equally terse response. She was typically to the point, but Tobimaru got the impression that she was expressly trying to keep her interaction with Sojiro short. They stared at each other in silence. Tobimaru stood breathlessly silent, the sidelines until Sojiro broke the impasse.
青崎は分かってると思ってた。あ、いや違う。きっと分かっているんだな。うん。だから、そこが強いんだろうね。
Sojiro stood up from his seat. He walked past Aoko and into the hallway. Then 3 joined the student council club. That might actually happen.
それ、明日からでいいんだろ？
しずきくんがいいならね。
Did his best to force a smile before leaving the student council room. When the Pocky comes out, that gap is closing quick. Oh wait, wrong game. Watching the events play out, Tomomaru found himself deeply impressed with Sojiro. You could tell from Alko's behavior that she was trying to get a rise out of Sojiro. Sojiro, on the other hand, didn't react. Heedless of what Alko was doing, he simply went on his way. To Tomomaru, it was hard to believe that Sojiro had not taken offense. From his point of view, Sojiro's poker face had been the performance of a lifetime.
いや、でも何が強いんだろうな、会長。
I looked at Alko curiously. Her facial expressions are the best. Alko stood completely still, staring at the wall.
青崎？
Alko showed no response.
おい、会長。青崎。青子女子。おい、聞いてんのかよ、青崎青子。
さいはね、青々を呼ぶな。
Fury echoed across the student council room. It was a beautiful sound that could be heard into the hallway and made Tomomaru's rant from earlier pale in comparison.
やかましい。うるせえのはてめえも同じだ。
The shouting was still ringing in his ears. He was just the type to answer a shout with a shout, but he shot back reflexively.
そんなんだから男の一人もできねえんだよ、お前は。ほら、目覚めたか？
別にあなたの声は聞こえてた。煩わしかったから無視してただけよ。黙らせるの面倒だし。
てめえな、俺はカカなんかか、おい。
コミュニケーションが成立しない点で言えば、あっちのがまだ上品よね。
ほう、その心は？
Good, what's up? You know.
お互い何を言ってるかわからない。意味のない会話なら、仰せみたいなものでしょ。
Based on that statement, Cole must have been under the assumption that dating was the act of two lovers whispering nonsense to each other.
問題は、お前にとって意味のある会話ってのがどの程度の価値かってことだが、まあいいか。いつになくきついじゃねえか、青崎。
ちょっとね。今愛嬌振りまける状況じゃないのよ。
不思議だ。この2年間で青崎の愛嬌なんてものは見たことがないんだが。
飛び丸のいない時に振りまいてたの。
そうかよ。やっぱりあの時のこと恨んでるんだろう、生徒会長さんはよ。
There's only one thing that Tomomaru could be talking about. The incident that occurred in the student council room this past summer.
え？ずいぶんと昔の話じゃないそれ。そんなどうでもいいことに容量を使っちゃもったいないわよ。ただでさえ脳の覚醒部分が少ないのに。
As the conversation wore on, Alko's murderous aura began to fade. Her sharp gaze gave way to her calmer demeanor, rarely seen from her. It's quite possible that nobody beside Tomomaru had ever seen this side of her at school before.
ご忠告どうも。俺だってあんなことは忘れてよ。ただ、さっきその字がバカなこと言いやがるから、つい思い出しちまったんだよ。くそ、考えてみりゃ場所まで一緒じゃねえか。
Despite his ranting, his face betrayed a touch of nostalgia. Alko, on the other hand, was scowling.
ちょっと待って。あの話、彼にしたの？
おう、俺がてめえになんで会長になんか立候補したのよ。あんたは副会長って顔でしょ、どう見ても。なんて挑発されて生涯最高の月をしたところまでな。
Alko let out a sigh, as if relieved that Tomomaru had not told Sojiro the rest of the story. She wasn't sure why.
あれは確かにびっくりするぐらいいい月だった。思わず体が反応しちゃったものね。ところで、私そんなこと言ったっけ？
言った。しかも俺が保健室に運ばれたのをこれ幸いと強引に副会長にしやがった。
Since that day, Tomomaru had served as the vice president to the person who had usurped the role from him.
いいけどな。 俺に会長職は合わねえって分かったし、副会長の方が性に合ってやがる。会長なんてやってたら危うく親父みたいな野郎になってただろうしよ。
プライド高い分できることは全部やるからね、飛び丸は。会長職に先進するあまり気がついたら優等生になってたあんたも見たかったけど。
やめてくれ、ゾッとしねえ。猫かぶるのはお前だけで十分だ。
I want to shoot alcohol away like an annoying pest. It's a typical example of a crude verbal booze they exchanged on a daily basis. The witness that only two time throws could manage. Wittiness. Okay.
で、なんでそんな話したのよ。
は？
半年前のここの事件をなんで。
ああ、そっちか。いや、あいつがバカなこと口走ったからなんだが。
Stopped himself before he said any more. He meant to let slip the fact that Sojiro had a thing for alcohol. Everyone knew guys didn't sell each other out like that, even if it was all, in truth, a misunderstanding.
それより、さっきのはないんじゃねえのか、青崎。お前、宗十郎に恨みでもあんの
？7日以上前の恨みを引きずるほど私はお姫様じゃないつもりだけど。
He wanted to retort that she was more like a queen than a princess. He'd come too well over the past 2 years to dig himself into a hole like that.
恨みはないね。それにしちゃ、恋に喧嘩売ってただろ。確かに調子の狂うやつだが、あいつほどいいやつはいねえだろうに。おい待て、なんだその足元のシロアリを見るかのような態度は。
別にあんたまでそのセリフを言うのかって心底から見避け果てただけよ。まあいっか。いいやつ、いい人、結構じゃない？喧嘩を売る相手としちゃ上等だわ。誰も憎んであげないなら私ぐらいそうしないとね。
He said casually, having regained her composure.
しないとねってお前。
Could not follow her reasoning at all. Tomaro was used to Alco's erratic trains of thought. Hating Sojiro for no reason seemed needlessly cruel. His friend's naive but innocent face came to mind, and he blurted.
けど、宗十郎は青崎が好きなんだぜ。それでも嫌いなのか？
His understanding just go. His vow of silence had lasted not even 2 minutes.
いや、今のはな、青崎。
Tried to take it back, but it was too late. He had heard his words loud and clear. All he could hope for now was that she would take well.
そりゃそうでしょ。好き嫌いは誰にもあるし。
That's a right translation for that, but alright.
けどこればかりはね。彼が私と仲良くしたいって言っても、私は嫌いなんだから仕方ない。
Stone cold Alco. Omar found himself filled with indignation at how detached Alco was being.
いや、そんなお友達感覚の話じゃなくてだな。そういう好き嫌いじゃなくて、その字は本気でお前に惚れてるって言ったんだよ。
Not really, but okay. He shouted, his face the embodiment of sincerity. Alco gave him a leg stare. It was the face of someone who had lost their wallet hours earlier. Just realizing it now. The first instant of doubt that ushers in the reality of the situation. But an instant is all it was.
で？
He answered coolly, as if she had no idea why it should matter to her at all.
出ときたか。鬼でもなけりゃ悪魔だな。お前って女は。よかろう。聞こえなかったのならもう一度言ってやる。
Oiwara gave up any pretense of masculine solidarity and fired back hard.
いいわよ、そんなの。つまらないもの。
He ruthlessly cut him off. Thinking of the boys who still harbored unrequited love for alcohol, Oiwara tried hard to come up with a name befitting of the demoness in front of him.
なるほどね。 それでさっきの話に結びつくわけだ。へえ、柄にもなく友達思いじゃない殿下。ってことは聞くも無残、語るも無情っていう私の噂話教えてあげたんでしょ。
He laughed as a fiendish smile adorned her face. Toymaru repented to God, wherever he or she might be, forever bringing up Ulco's love life.
飛び丸にしちゃ正しい判断ね。褒めてあげるからどんな話をしたのか聞きたいな、私。
He's gonna get chewed out. She was smiling, but Toymaru wished she'd at least try to hide the bloodlust.
代表作とここでの事件を2つばかり。
Ulco nodded with satisfaction as she listened to Toymaru's hesitant answer.
こういう時噂話って便利よね。うるさいのを追っ払ってくれるから。でもそんな話を考えなしで広めたら大変だから、これからは気をつけてね。
Had Liz been in writing, the chillingly sweet tone of her words could have been signed with a heart. Whether angry or happy, Ozaki spoke in a disturbingly cute manner when she was in a heightened emotional state. Toymaru took note of this new discovery, but did nothing to get him out of the situation.
ああ、俺も命は惜しいからな。口はもう滑らねえよ。けどよ、青崎。本気で宗十郎が嫌いなのか？
That was a topic that would be better off avoiding. He tried asking anyway. Bonds between men at all times shined more beautifully than a pearl.
まあ好きじゃないから嫌いっていうわけじゃないけど、私が彼のことを嫌う理由は自分でもわからない。だからダメなのね、きっと。
Just to placate Toymaru, Ulco paused in contemplation before she answered, giving it a moment without immediately blurting out a response meant that not even he could complain.
そうか。まあ、そういうことならしょうがねえか。何しろ、綺麗さっぱり感情論だ。お互い理由もなく好きと嫌いじゃ、手を貸す隙間もねえわけだし。
Thinking that would be the end of it, Toymaru looked up towards the ceiling and silently apologized to Sojiro. His final sentence appeared to have piqued Ulco's interest.
待って、今のどういう意味？
The full cheer had vanished. Failing to pick up on this, Toymaru answered nonchalantly.
いや、あいつもさ、青崎に惚れた理由がわからないなんて言いやがってな。まあ、違ったか。理由なんてないなんて意味だったかな。
Still in disbelief that Sojiro had been charmed by Ulco's appearance, so he purposely left that part out.
理由はないですって。
ああ、なんで俺がいくらお前の噂話をしても無駄だった。天津さえなんて言ってたかな。あ、そうそう、理由はどうあれ青崎の心配は本物なんだとか、自分はそれで助かってるとか、俺なんかには言えないセリフだったのは確かだね。どうにもはっきりしてんのは他の野郎どもと違って、噂を聞いても手を引く素振りなんざみじんもなかったってことだけ。
Toymaru finally noticed the shift in Ulco's demeanor. She was scowling at the wall. She glared at it in silence like it was her worst enemy, and this continued for several minutes.
何それ、さっきといいそれといい、どこかで聞いたようなことばっかり。
So great was her ire that the gnashing of her teeth was audible. The irritation seethed until it reached a point that Ulco forgot Toymaru was even in the room. Toymaru looked heavenward for forgiveness, sensing that he'd brought on further calamity upon Sojiro's head.
少しわかったわ。なんであいつが気に食わないのか。
Toymaru looked away as if to indicate that he'd rather not know. Ulco ignored him and began to grumble venomously.
あいつ、私が嫌いなやつと言動が似てるのよ。誰彼構わずいい人扱いされるところとか、 妙にふわふわしてるところとか、いちいち私の勘に触るところとか。
Glancing idly up at the clock, Tomomaru thought that last part sounded like misplaced anger. How was that? The clock had come and gone.
わかった。もういい。この話をした俺が悪かった。で、俺に用ってのはなんだよ。言っとくけど、もう授業始まってるぜ。
え？授業って、なんで？いつ？
いや、さっきその字が出てってから、青崎がギラーンって壁に睨んでた時にチャイムが鳴ったんだよ。いいのか、生徒会長。5次元目ばっくれて。
いいわけないでしょ。なんで黙ってんのよ、あんたは。
It looked like she was on the verge of tears as she shouted and pulled at his necktie. Tomomaru raised his hands in mock surrender, a gesture reserved only for the true victor.
蚊の方がエレガントなんて言いやがった仕返しだ。思い知るがいい。男の純情を踏みにじったり焼き殺したりするエリート悪魔め。
AoE Buster card was selected.
相変わらず細かく根に持つ男。言動には言動で返しなさいよね、卑怯者。
He tightened his necktie around his neck with a yank. The vice president smiled a thuggish grin, as if her reaction made his victory that much sweeter.
お前の古典が破滅に向かっているのは周知の事実。そして A 組の5次元目は言うまでもない。藤代のばあさん。青崎のこと嫌ってるしな。
Fujishiro had one of the longest tenures at the school, so it was only natural she would be in charge of teaching the classics.
さあ、こんなところで俺のネクタイを引っ張る余裕があるのなら、急いで自分の教室に立ち返るがいい。情けだ。別に止めはしねえよ。
くそ、あんたなんかにはめられるなんて。このまま死んでしまえ。
Stroked him even harder with his necktie. As Alka put words into action and mercilessly strangled Tomomaru, he saw his life flash before his eyes.
いや、待て待て。本当に死んじまうだろうが。今ならまだ間に合う。10分過ぎたら遅刻から欠席扱いだぞ。
Alka glanced up at the clock. Still only 7 past 1. From the student council room on the second floor to Class A classroom on the third floor. If she ran, she could make it.
命拾ったわね、飛び丸。
Go clicked her tongue disappointedly. What disturbed Tomomaru was that it didn't sound like an empty threat.
あと放課後、ここにいて。頼みたいことがあるのは本当なんだから。
He was halfway out of the room before she even finished a sentence. Finally all alone, Tomomaru closed the open door, locked it, and slumped into a chair.
たく。ああしてる分には楽しいやつなんだけどよ。青崎は。
He leaned back in the creaky folding chair and let out a sigh. Weather outside was beautiful, but the sunlight waned early in the winter. Before long, daylight would fade. The heated student council room would grow colder and colder. The good equipment, like the heater, had ended up in the main office. They had no choice but to settle in for the chilly afternoon.
こんな天気が続けばいいんだがね。天気予報じゃ、また雲行き怪しいって話だが。
Issei gets stripped search from Shiro and Tomomaru was about to die by suffocation. Just type in male side character to get the short end of the stick. Yeah, the male side character is always the butt of the joke, you know? That's how it is. After a somewhat suggestive monologue, Tomomaru's mind drifted. He hardly wondered to himself whether Sojiro was an overcast day, the clear day sort of guy, but no answers came. School day over, Sojiro headed straight to his job. School had approved his jobs at the Chinese restaurant and fish market in Misaki's shopping district. There's other work he hadn't mentioned to them. It's not because he knew they would complain at him working too many, but because of the illicit nature of one job in particular. Today, his workplace was a pachinko parlor in front of Yashirogi Station. Pachinko's gambling, so yeah. Sojiro changed it out of his school uniform and into a black faux tuxedo uniform, then began cleaning the storefront. Yashirogi was the jewel of Misaki City, a busy place with a vast assortment of commercial centers and shopping arcades. Where there were people en masse, there were products made en masse. A romantic might describe it as a place of joy. A realist would note the free enterprise, and a cynic would point out all the garbage. Local authorities had attempted to beautify Yashirogi, but there was one basic tenet of society they could not overcome. This establishment was the embodiment of that rule. Businesses such as this attracted the dregs of society. As such, the front of the parlor had to be cleaned several times a day. Sojiro stood outside in the winter cold, sweeping used-up cigarette butts, picking up discarded flyers, and tossing empty cans into the trash. Something about it must have reminded him of mountain life, because he cheerfully finished the job with ease. After making sure the storefront was acceptably clean, he returned to the inside of the parlor where it was nice and warm. Blinding lights, deafening sounds, and the oppressive odor of tobacco assaulted him as he passed through the parlor on his way to the office.
店長、外回りの掃除終わりました。
はい、ご苦労様。それでいいかな。2階の40番台のお客さんの様子見てきてくれない？どうも懐に飲んでそうなんだよね、あのお姉さん。
Boss was a good-natured man who used to work a desk job. He employed someone like Sojiro even though he was clearly a student. It's not because he admired him for working his way through school. It's because of all the other employees were scary and intimidating. He wanted at least one employee who was not.
いいんですか？トイレの掃除まだですけど。
いいのいいの。なんかね、カメラの死角にいるんでいまいち確証取れないの。そうちゃん、今のところ的中率 100% でしょ。様子見てきてくれないかな。
Sojiro put away his cleaning equipment and upstairs. It's typically a large-scale pachinko parlor with 2 floors. It prided itself on being a local establishment that was satisfied with taking the locals' money little by little, without resorting to more exploitative means. Regardless of the parlor's intentions, its customers were not so scrupulous. Among them were casual players, professional gamblers, and cheaters looking to profit by exploiting whatever loopholes they could find. Particular prevalence was a device developed in the mid-80s that could disrupt the machine's circuitry from the outside and make it much easier to get what was called a 777 jackpot. As much as the parlor wanted to deny these cheaters entry, needed to present hard evidence of cheating or risk losing customers. Particularly in the service industry, innocent until proven guilty was not a rule taken lightly. As a result, they could only punish the customers they caught in the act. Such cheaters were known as gotoshi, a slice of society which Sojiro knew nothing about. What he did know was that they were inconveniencing his employer and violating their rules. He went upstairs. The radio game machine sounds on the second floor were quieter than the cacophony downstairs. There were 100 game machines on the ground floor, and there were 80 on the second. There were some empty seats here and there. It was a solid evening turnout. The machine mentioned by his boss was in the center aisle. Sojiro nonchalantly leaned back against the wall and watched the customer hit the jackpot over and over again. It's a lot of work just to exploit a pachinko parlor. Might as well roll it back at that point. I think robbing it back will be harder. But this is... I don't know what time this is set in though. The second he saw her, his gut told him that she was not cheating. He still was not sure what made someone a master swindler. But if it meant they were special, this woman certainly fit that description. It was almost as if he could feel the luck emanating from her. As the customers looked on, She silently turned the handle again and again. She appeared older than Sojiro. She wore a green, form-fitting one-piece dress. A pair of stockings covered her legs. Her slender legs were gracefully crossed, and her elegance suited a painting better than a casino. Dark reddish hair was cut short in a bob, perfectly framing her stylish spectacles and crimson lips. Truth be told, something was off about this picturesque beauty ringing the jackpot over and over again. 4 boxes worth of pachinko balls sat at her feet, and her winning streak showed no sign of abating. She looked bored as her slender, porcelain fingers lifted a long cigarette to her lips. Just as that thought crossed his mind, her gaze turned toward the wall and at Sojiro. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He reflexively covered his mouth to keep from shrieking. On pure instinct, Sojiro took off running. He headed straight downstairs, desperate to not be on the same floor as her. He would run straight out the door for his obligations to hide his job. To his job, sorry.
店長、早退します。それと、2階の人は問題ないです。
He tried to keep his composure as he spoke, jamming his school uniform into a paper bag as he ran out the parlor. Cloudy weather brought the shadow of night over Yashuogi as he ran through the shopping arcade towards the station. He shot up the long staircase like an arrow, quickly pulled his train pass from his wallet, and passed through the ticket gate. The ticket gate was crowded with people standing around, walking and talking. The station attendant by the automatic ticket machine had an unpleasant look on his face. There was now a familiar, comforting hustle and bustle around him. Just another day in the city. Nothing like what he witnessed the night before. He finally breathed again. A momentary rush of relief brought him to an abrupt stop. He nervously turned around. There was no way that dangerous individual could be behind him. He couldn't think of a good reason for why he'd fled so desperately. As far as he could remember, he hadn't even seen the threat's face long enough to form an opinion about her. Sojiro gave himself a good slap on the cheek to pull himself together. He quickly made his way down to the platform. Unfortunately, the next train was 10 minutes away. Panicking would do no favors, so he quietly found an empty seat and sat down. It'd be funny if she was right next to him. He took another deep breath. He was surrounded by people waiting for the train just like he was, and no sign of anyone pursuing him. His head finally cleared up, and he assured himself that he was overthinking things. Surprised at how heavy his shoulders felt. Sojiro sighed at his greater than expected fatigue. He had certainly struggled since coming down from the mountains. In retrospect, it could have been worse. Physically, he was probably holding up fine. He was much less confident in his mental state. The city and the mountains could not have been more different. He had been slow to recognize the differences and adapt. Acclimation was simple enough. Humans were nothing if not adaptable. Even without any effort, one could learn to adjust over time. Recognizing the challenges had been the harder part. Sojiro grumbled a complaint he'd never uttered before. To be honest, he was still afraid to wander around town. There were so many things city people took for granted that Sojiro had yet to grasp. There was little wonder that this never-ending chain of surprises would wear him. Dad, Sojiro isn't a MILF enjoyer. He just hasn't recognized her yet. He probably threw some threatening aura at him, essentially. And like his instinct reacted to it. That's probably what it is, right? Muttered to himself, then shook his head. That which exists. Such was the way of things. Toyomaru had called it a hallucination, but Sojiro knew what he saw was real. city was a magical kingdom compared to the mountains. If there were real magicians secretly living here, it should have been no surprise at all. The thought alone made his legs tremble. It took him a moment longer to realize that they were quivering out of fear. He had feared the unnatural ever since he encountered a wild bear on the mountain path as a child.
いや、あれはこんなもんじゃなかったっけ。なりふり構わず泣き叫んだもんな、あの時は。
Rogero smiled a little as he recalled his traumatic childhood memory. Anyone would have fainted at the sudden appearance of a growling beast that towered over 6 feet tall. The monster in the movie that Sojiro saw not 2 days ago was the equivalent of a cuddly stuffed animal when compared to the wild mountain creatures. He was reminded that he'd faced far worse before, and his ordeal now was something he could endure.
そうだよな。今の問題は、ちらっと聞こえた最後のセリフか。捕まえて始末するっていうのはどうなんだ。
Face value, the meaning was obvious. The implications were simply too frightening to contemplate seriously. She had misheard the words. Perhaps the speaker had misspoke.
都会のルール。誰かがきっと罰しに来る。
Even as he said it, the idea didn't feel quite real. It was hard to imagine that it applied to him. Sojiro breathed in and closed his eyes. His vision dimmed, putting the illuminated cityscape out of sight and mind. For now, he resolved to put last night's events behind him. So he might be getting hunted because he witnessed the event last night. I don't think we've seen it. We've only been described it. When he opened his eyes, his breathing had calmed.
それでさ、青崎を殴りつけようとして結局どうなったんだ、飛び丸。
A question suddenly popped into Sojiro's head. So he decided he would ask next time, stood up from his chair. A long streak of light blazed by, announcing the arrival of the next train. Oh. Okay. Next episode. Three nights. Let me tell you how the events of yesterday transpired. Moonless nights, you must never look back. Was it a lesson? Was it a warning? So very long ago. At the time, I could not have imagined what my very being, would become. One night, it came without warning. It was filled with an anxiety so heightened it made me want to burst into tears. So I fled to my grandfather's workshop. Unlike the grandfather I knew, he smiled and kindly placed his hand upon my head. Yes, the Red Death follows you at every step. Without consoling me, he sent me home with only those haunting words. That night, I was certain that I sensed a shadow lurking behind me. Something, or someone, was watching me from afar. Little by little, year by year, it drew closer. Eventually, the presence that once felt like a spot on the horizon grew so close that I could feel its breath down the base of my neck. Of course, it was all in my mind. When I turned around, nobody was there. But that night marked the beginning. In hindsight, I later understood that the indescribable anxiety I felt was the dread of certain death.
The cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, the little dog laughed.
How much time had passed since that night? It lingered deep in the recesses of my mind, where childhood memories are kept. A faded, storybook-esque memory. On dark nights, I still hear the faint echo of my grandfather's words. But no matter how strong the wind may howl, trancing the song of the girl next to me, I could never bury his ominous words completely.
ご到着ね。
The girl beside me said, Alice's inflectionless voice spoke volumes of her role as the bystander. That night, it was only me and her. It was the night I would mark as a birth of who I am today. For what should have been quite the memorable night, it sure wasn't a promising start. Dense clouds blocked the starlight above like a black umbrella. Strong wind tore through the sky, carrying the heavy clouds with it. It's on the clock in the middle of the park pointed skyward, as if reaching for the moon. Fortunately for them, tonight, no moon to point at. The winter air grew fiercer as the night wore on. The haggling felt as though it would freeze me from the inside. It chilled me to the bone, threatening to pass up my spine directly to my brain. To prevent my mind from being paralyzed, to prevent my fingertips from becoming stone, I sparked the fire using my internal rhythm and emotion.
触覚を譲るわ。幸運ね。あの位置なら刻んでおいたウィスプが灯る。
Responded to Alice with a nod. And then, just for a moment, I saw the ground. My legs quivered ever so faintly. I told myself they were shaking from the cold, but I wasn't so sure. In reality, I calmed down by the cold, by fear. I breathed a sigh of relief. Humanity must still be intact if my emotions are still present. Before I could sink into a pool of my own sentimentality, the sensations from the boundless field flowed from Alice toward me. A transparent wall covered the entire park, an unrecognizable carpet rooted deep under the earth. Scornji's chants of the Mother Goose fairy tales permeated the night. Sensations became one with my body. I felt goosebumps on my quivering right arm. Someone had trespassed. The goosebumps crept up my right arm like ants, and slowly but surely made inroads for my heart. Holding back the desire to drive them out, I waited for them to reach a certain, definitive position. Moonless night. The park's quaint street lights were not enough to lift the dark. The events came to a stop. Far from my right arm. It reached to my very heart. Even without the aid of my sense of sight, I could see the intruder lurking in the darkness. The starboard, in the bushes about 30 steps back, floors, was beckoning with its right hand.
そこ!
Its movement and my perception of it were in lockstep. I spun around. The enemy's arm stretched out like a spear. This lethal weapon, aimed at the back of my head, pushed my hair at breakneck speed. With the omniscient awareness granted by Alice's ward, I managed to avoid it by the skin of my teeth. I fanned through the air from the violence of the attack. The strike grazed my cheek, and I felt a small, sharp pain. It felt like the kiss of death. I switched the flow of my body's blood to a different cycle. The blood running through my veins at a few feet per second transmuted into an imaginary element. My body became a single circuit, and my heart transformed into a completely different engine. Within me stirred an unknowable motion of immeasurable heat. Something mystic, yet untapped by humankind. Make me who I am. It's the fire of life behind all miracles and fables. What we mages call magical energy.
セット。
Turned around, set the enemy in my sights, and held up one hand. I was the agent of my will. Lack of experience meant my magecraft would only be possible with the use of vocalizations and gestures. Oh fuck this. Magical formulae were engraved all over the park. All I had to do was ignite them. I needed to direct the flow of the magical energy within my body into each formula. Typically, a mage acts as a conduit. Whether wired or wireless, The mage simply pours magical energy into the formula, releasing this energy into the form of a projectile. Dream, or any number of other methods will usually suffice. In my case, it was the feeling of my limbs whipping out.
燃えろ
Got back from Company so alright, I'll see you later, Max. Fought speed with speed. His arm extended 10 feet forward, became engulfed in flames. It was nighttime at the park, scene reminiscent of a campfire, one in which the center of the flames contained a humanoid figure wriggling like a shadow puppet. Flames subsided just as unnaturally as it had ignited. No crackling, no burning smell.
結界返すわ死体を確認するから
After telling this to Alice, I headed towards the motionless figure. I killed it. I killed it. I killed it. Regardless of who my opponent was, I just took someone's life. Throat parched, I saw the truth that without this sense of reality, it would have been hopeless. So hard and bitter, impossible to swallow. But I tried to anyway. I was unnervingly calm. Heart pounded and my breath felt heavy. My mind was none the less calm. By the time I realized it, the shard remains were already in front of me. Bracing for a counterattack, I carefully examined the corpse. Everything seemed fine. Its body lying slumped to the ground was nothing but ash.
Huh?
But something wasn't right. To begin with, its remains didn't smell organic. I don't like to believe my hunch. I took a closer look at the corpse's face. What that greeted me was the featureless white face of a mannequin.
ちくしょうまたやられた
Screaming, I kicked the mannequin. The corpse crumbled to ash and disappeared with the wind. This was no corpse. This was just a puppet. For all our efforts to lure the master out, we had once again been tricked by a familiar. My debut, the first test out in the open, be postponed for another day.
いつになったら一人前にってあれ
At that moment, I suddenly noticed something familiar in the corner of my eye. Something seemed strange about the slide on the other side of the other end of the park. It appeared as though its shadow was larger than it should be. Was I still drunk on the high of battle? It took me a second to realize what it was.
誰
Rolling out was a mistake. Startled by my voice, the figure, wearing a familiar high school uniform, took a step back, and then it broke into a sprint. Like someone running for their life. Sojo. Should I say, he was doing exactly that.
追いかけて見られた
In a rush, I shouted to my partner, but she hadn't even noticed the third party's presence in the first place. Though it wasn't as if I could move by myself. Embarrassingly, the fight had taken more out of me than I'd have liked.
ダメ逃げられる捕まえて始末しないと
There was no time for niceties. Necessities? Niceties? Okay. For us, being seen here was a matter of life and death.
待ってこの
Taking off the numbness in my legs, I made for the park's exit. To admire his escape. The witness, party to the entire night's proceedings, had disappeared into the darkness of the residential district without a trace.
ああもう結界にあいつの感触なんてなかったのに
Explaining to myself wouldn't bring back the figure in uniform. My own incompetence, I gave up the chase. For temporary, the park had become Alice's woods. For anyone within a few feet of the park goer's identifiable features and voices became murky, the stuff of fairy tales. Tonight's proceedings may have had a witness, but if our identities were still hidden, then this was still a chance.
あの背中男だった
Turned to the park. That uniform was, without a doubt, from my high school. It was clue enough. If it was a schoolmate of mine, I had plenty of methods to flush him out.
にしてもどうしてこう問題ばっかり増えていくんだろう
It's my grumbling, I set my priorities straight. Before some strange rumors spread, I needed to seal the witness's mouth shut. That was the highest priority, quickly and without mercy. Looking up, I saw Alice's previously distant figure. But she was in as much trouble as I was with her existence as the mage exposed. But she had but one thing to say.
これは困ったことになったわね。
Statue-like figure staring into the darkness, being more expressionless than calm. I was pissed off. The inscrutable word, voice, resembled the moonless night so much it made me angry. Short episode? Okay. Who's in her name? Literally. Really isn't any other way of saying this. I'm a magician. I'm not like those witches in fairy tales who live alone in the woods, perform miracles with the wave of their finger. Well, the popular depiction of it differs from reality. It's closer to truth than you know. But just so we're clear, I don't fly through the sky on a broom. I cannot transform into animals, or speak with small birds. Mages are nothing so fanciful. Our existence sounds unbelievable. We're quite grounded. Though it may seem like we can do anything, we're actually majorly constrained. But while I still have a lot to learn about it, this is my real job. It sounds a lot more romantic than being a high school student. Actually, this is a secret I don't just share with anyone. A mage must do everything in their power to conceal their work. That is the first and most important of the Association's 10 laws. Not that I'm tempted to let the cat out of the bag in the least. Secret identity as an honest student is intact, and absolutely no good would come of me revealing my true nature. If anything, it'd only lead to more headaches. That's why I do everything in my power to keep it a secret. Of course, if I had accomplished anything as a magician by now, then maybe I'd see it differently. I fantasized about revealing my secret life's work to a single, special person, but finally make something of myself. Yeah, pretty stellar to just confess one day, oh, I'm a magician. The idea alone is enough to keep me from spoiling the big reveal, regardless of the Association's rules. My grandfather patted me on the head, and I shared these thoughts with him. I don't know if that was praise or what. I remember that his touch was gentle. I first learned that I would be succeeding my grandfather on the day I graduated middle school. When I returned home, there he was. Your elder sister left on a journey. Best day forth, you are the heir to the Aozaki. He said it in such a matter-of-fact way. I knew that the Aozaki family passed down this old tradition of magecraft. To be honest, I never imagined I would be the one to wield it. Magecraft is supposed to be passed down to a single child. It was my sister's role to take the mantle. I had no interest in dedicating myself to so many rules and routines. I had planned to live a normal life. I had hopes and dreams for the future. I felt bad for my sister. I was determined to live my life my way. And while I managed to do just that for a time, I was blindsided by a vicious counterpunch. Since then, I've been thrust headlong into a world I had only observed from afar. It was a hell of a way to start in high school, but I suppose it wasn't all that bad, things considered. What has happened since then? I was so dazed by this newfound life that a year of school wandered right by. It was the second year before I knew it. Thankfully, nothing drastic has happened. For 6 months, my roommate and I totally tried to kill each other notwithstanding. As it happens, I've got a natural talent at this magic stuff, so I've yet to have any hang-ups there either. I'm only human, so I've had my fair share of headaches for sure, but never once did I worry about my future. Thought my life would be smooth sailing all the way. If only everything had gone to plan last night.
どう
Squanji asked Uncle Aozaki the second she entered the house. Her dark eyes succeeded where her voice failed to communicate the gravity of the situation. Uncle took off her unflattering coat, hung it on the hanger, I sat down on the sofa. Alice sat across from her, the table separating them.
そっちは？
よくないわね。偵察に行けるのは7個ぐらい。ここのところ使ってばかりで作り置きをする余裕もなかったし。
Alice's gaze drifted from alcohol to the box on the table.
あの夜、町を監視していた奴はいないの？町の偵察は完璧なんでしょ？そいつら。
それは昼間の話よ。夜間飛行は危険が多いわ。
They were of the least use to the most. Alcohol sighed.
そういうあなたは朝は随分と強気だったけど。
ああ、こっちは予定通りよ。明日までには絞り込めると思う。今朝、飛び丸にうちの生徒の自宅と行動時間を調べさせたから。あの時間に公園をうろつくやつはめったにいないし、簡単に割り出せる。
そう簡単に行くの？
行くわよ。伊達に生徒会に勤めてないわ。その程度のデータは揃えてある。月1のバイト先はおろか、親しい友人宅との移動時間、その優先順位まで調べ上げてるんだから。人には見せたくなかったリストだけど、そんな余裕ないでしょ？だから、そういうのが向いてる副会長にやらせたの。
Incidentally, the creation of this secret file started the moment Alco became a student council president. The mere rumor of his existence was enough to strike fear into the entire student body.
そう。徹底しているわね。相変わらず。
Privacy allowed, eh? Alice was only mildly surprised. It had been almost 2 years since they first started living together. He knew as well as anyone that when Alco put her mind to something, he saw it through to the end.
ま、私もあれがこんな風に役立つとは思ってもみなかったけど。ほんと、備えあれば憂いなしとはこのことね。
What happened last night was far beyond a mere exception to the rule. This predicament should not have been even possible.
それより、原因は分かったの？結界の結びに不手際があったなんてのは聞かないわよ。
Alco glared at her. The ward was Alice's responsibility. If it was to blame for last night's trouble, Alice had to earn up for her fair share. Alice and Alco may have been roommates and partners. It was a relationship of convenience. While lineage had brought them together, they were more like enemies than allies. Ultimately, they were just not a match. When there was a blunder, it was punished. Where there was an opening, it would be attacked. If there was even an opportunity, the two of them would kill each other in the event of such a moment. Alice locked eyes with Alco. Alco's fierce gaze could make a grown man cower in fear. Alice did not bat an eyelash.
仮の話だけど、あの結界に落ち度があったのなら、今まで何度もこういう状況になっていたでしょうね。
Suppose you're right, Alco agreed, as the question reaffirmed her trust in Alice.
結界のあり方は完璧だったのね。
絶対とまでは断言はできないけど。
Alice answered as flatly as ever. A bounded field is like a sanctuary, sealed away from the real world. Steps are taken whereby a certain area is cut off from the outside world. There are various kinds of bounded fields. There are physical ones that close off an area behind a wall, and less tangible ones that use mirrors, mist, or trees to conceal that which occurs within. However, when closing off an area to the outside world, it cannot avoid communicating the abnormality's existence. In other words, the area may be closed off to the outside world. It's impossible to hide the fact that it is closed off. In time, someone will take an interest in a sealed off area, even if they cannot see what's going on inside. Some might say this is putting the cart before the horse. The ideal field would be one that is both undetectable and impervious to interference from the outside. That was exactly the kind Alice had generated in the park the night before.
その場所に用があっても、今はないように思わせれば、誰もそこには立ち入らない。隠したい場所の周りに 一時的な意識の改ざんを促す結界を張る。手間はかかるんだけど、1時間程度の人よけには信頼性は高い結界よね。アリスの鏡を使った一級品だし、途中で破れることもない。事実、入ってきたのはあの人形だけだとはっきり感じられた。これで完璧じゃなかったら何が完璧なのよ。
私もわからない。森作りに落ち度はなかったわ。森は数日かけて栽培したものだし、今まで通り信頼できる結界よ。けど例外があったのなら、どこかで見落としがあったのね。
Alice's words conceded the possibility. Liz expressed her confidence that she had overlooked nothing.
参った。こうなると一番いいのはあいつが人形使いだってパターンね。それならかろうじて納得できる。問題は侵入した時の違和感をどうやって消したかってことだけど。
Thought of being targeted by this individual was pretty terrifying. If they were able to penetrate Alice's field, it could only mean that their skill in magecraft was superior to Alice's. Alice, in her current state, would be completely hopeless against such a foe.
その線はないわ。彼は部外者よ。ムクドリはともかく、ロビンが後をたどれなかったもの。魔力の気配は全くなし。誰かの魔術で操られている犠牲者というのもないわね。
Of course, quickly running out of straws to grasp at. To be a Dragon Ball reference. First thing I thought of too. And that meant she was out of questions to ask. All she could do was call it bad luck. Leave it at that.
魔術師の秘密を見られて、おまけに目撃者を逃がしたか。普通の高校生の悩みじゃないな。
Sofa groaned as she leaned back. Her gaze went up to the brown ceiling with a sigh. It wasn't much of a view. She was becoming increasingly depressed.
青子、覚悟を決めておいて。
Her roommate's voice seemed indifferent. Alco just kept staring up at the wooden ceiling.
それとも、あなたにできないのなら、私が言ってあげてもいいけど。
The cold-mannered girl's statement carried an equally icy implication. Alco took the words in slowly with as much sincerity as she could muster. It was like trying to swallow molten lead.
そうだ。覚悟なんて、もう決めたでしょ。
It all sounded hollow, even as it popped into her head. This was clearly different from last time. While the aim was indeed the same, circumstances surrounding her targets were clearly different. He may have been determined to fall, but that was a mage. If enemies emerged, she would kill them. If she was challenged, she would step up to the fight. It was a fight between two mages, and the opponent was in the wrong. Even if this could only end in death for one of them, it was an outcome both parties could accept. Kill or be killed. Quality had no weight on the scale. But this time was different. Her opponent was neither enemy nor mage. Even if she was prepared to kill them, this person was likely not ready to die. That's why morality did factor into it now. Was she truly up to the task of murdering an innocent person? Could she swallow the fact that this was a common occurrence for a mage? She snorted sardonically. Being a mage did not mean that Alco was some kind of monk who cut ties with the real world on a whim. But there was one thing Alco hated. It was doing things without conviction, or understanding of exactly why she was doing them. When she acted, she preferred to act decisively.
うん。ま、やるしかないだろうね。
She said it. She got up from the sofa, having had her feel of the ceiling for one day. Alco had returned to the alcove always. Alice was done probing her.
じゃあ、これ。
As if to reward her, Alice produced a small bottle. It fit neatly into the palm of her hand. The bottle looked completely out of place in her slender fingers. The glass was cloudy as it appeared empty. And it appeared empty. Some shreds of paper remained on the front. It was once labeled.
何よそれ。
Alco stared at the bottle suspiciously.
収納の小瓶。ちょうど一つ余ってたからあげるわ。
はい。
名前は忘れたけど中国の小説に出てきたのと同じよ。
Book was miraculously able to pass what Alice meant.
それってレンゲ堂の兄弟の話？じゃああの赤いひょうたんと同じなわけ？言いたくないけど、そこら辺の風邪薬のラベルを無理やり剥がして小瓶に見せかけてるそれが
Alice looked at the bottle and acknowledged how ordinary it looked. She also understood that she would not be the only one using it as she set it on the table. She would not be the one.
赤いひょうたんじゃなくて陽子玉の上瓶の方。
そういう問題じゃない。私は魔術師としての雰囲気を論じてるんだ。
些細なことを気にするのね。せいろがんの瓶じゃないだけいいと思うけど。
He made a good point.
蓋を開けて相手の名前を尋ねればいいから。ただし相手に抵抗する意志が残っている場合、小瓶は割れるから気をつけて。
Is this supposed to be a sealing bottle? It's true. Like, I mean, he's going to sleep, so. Oko raised her eyebrows.
ちょっと待った。抵抗する意志があるとダメって眠っている時にやれってこと？
それは試したことがなかったわ。眠っているのに返事をする人っているの？
たまにいるけど、まあ確かに珍しいわね、そういう人。
In that case, one would have to weaken them till they're about to pass out.
ああ、そうそう。薬や魔術がかかっているとその重さでも割れるから気をつけて。
使えない。それってほとんど役立たずってことじゃない。
それは青子次第ね。
Just turned away as she replied, as if the topic no longer mattered to her.
はあ、アリスがこういう小道具好きなのは知ってたけどね。これも趣味なわけ
Oko asked, hoping Alice would deny it.
多分。それでどうするの？持っていくのか行かないのか。
Without answering, Oko drifted a bit before taking the bottle and putting it in her pocket. She figured she might be able to find some use for it. Two hours had passed and the clock struck 9. The conversation had moved from the drawing room to the sunroom, and it manifested into the kind of scene one would not expect at such a mansion.
まあ本当はね、飛び丸に任せる気はなかったんだけど。
A earthenware pot sat on the table. Oko spat out complaints to no one in particular. She plucked food from it with her chopsticks. Tonight they were eating a traditional Japanese meal that looked out of place in this mansion. When it came to the kind of Japanese hot pot, where all one had to do was buy and boil ingredients. Usually Alco's responsibility. Sat from across from Alco. She silently poked at the pot with a fork.
山城のやつが来るなり、しずきくんはまだ部活に入っていないから面倒を見てあげてくれないかな、なんて言ってくるもんだからさ。全校生徒の行動範囲なんて見直す気力なくなっちゃったのよ。
She had plucked was still as silky as the baby's bottom, so she returned it to the pot. She settled for the shirataki noodles instead.
そりゃあのバカがバイトで忙しいのは知ってるわよ。だからできるだけ春先までのんびりしてて、あんなのでも親身になってくれそうな部の部長に当たってみたのに。
Okay.
ありがとうの一つもないってのはちょっと尺に触るわよね。ねえ、聞いてるアリス。
As if her mouth was full, she simply nodded in response. Her expression stated that she had no interest or opinion on the matter. She at least appeared to be listening. Satisfied, Ako nibbled on some hand-pen fish cake.
それに私、いい人なんて言われるやつは信用できないのよ。あろうことか、飛び丸までそんなこと口走る始末だし。あれはいい人なんじゃなくて、ただぼんやりしてるだけなんだっての。だいたい、あそこまで言われて怒りもしないなんてどうかしてるわ。
Thoughts went to what happened in the student council room earlier that day. He remembered how non-responsive Sojiro had been to her words. His unconcerned face alone was enough for her to swallow the rest of her handpan, chewing it.
何が分かってるんだなよ。
His words were a lot like those that ended her childhood.
青子ちゃんは分かっているんだね。それでも自分であり続けられるということはとても強いことなんだよ。
Perhaps it was meant as a compliment, but she took it as a patronizing way to pity her. Because the person who said it had acted like she was looking at a wounded animal. All the food looks amazing. It does look good.
あんな変態の言ってたことなんて今更どうでもいいけどさ。
I wouldn't be surprised if they took a photo and they based off that. So it might have made her the most confused she had ever been in her life. Yet what shocked young Alko the most was the look of pity. The look of pity on the face? Was the look of pity on the face of the person she admired the most.
喧嘩。
Abrupt comment stopped her in her tracks.
ごめん、聞いてなかった。喧嘩ってあの喧嘩？
Alice nodded.
あなたの感想だけじゃ状況はよくつかめないけど。つまり、青子はその人に喧嘩を売りたかったのね。
Spit into the very last hunted. Mark was unexpected, but completely on point.
なんでそうなるのよ。私はあんなのと1秒だって関わりたくないだけだってば。だいたいそれどころじゃないし、興味とか全くないし、会話もこれ以上ないってぐらい簡潔に切り上げたし。
なら、どうして今そんな話をするの？
それはあんたに今日の調査過程を知らせてあげたのよ。それ以外何があるっていうの？
The reason could Alice be suggesting Alko had for bringing it up? Be several hours later, in bed, Alko realized that she had dug her own grave.
いいけど、私は別に。ただ、青子は本当にその人が嫌いなの？
Said her hot pot in silence, as if she was honoring some kind of sacred ritual. Face was as indifferent as always, but she was secretly enjoying how flustered Alko was. Alko remained oblivious to this. Normally she would have noticed immediately. She was not quite herself at this moment.
本当にって、そりゃそうよ。気に食わないって何度も言ってるじゃない。
そう。具体的には？
は？具体的にはって、そんなのに理由なんて。
Trailed off as she finally realized how disagreeable she was being. He could come up with no reason why. Her instincts had told her that she was incompatible with that hick. Let's just skip 15 plus hours later, we'll see this into a break. Why such a strong reaction? More than anything in the world, Alko hated emotions without reason. Decisions that made no rationale.
嫌いなものは嫌いなんだから、ちゃんとどっかに理由があるんだと思うけど。
He became more flustered than more she talked. Fortunately for her, she could not come up with a coherent reason to hate Sojiro Shizuki. It's not his fault that he had zero common sense. It's the fault of the environment he grew up in. In fact, it was admirable that he was trying so hard to adapt to a civilized society. As clueless as he might seem, he was not a complete waste of space. If he seemed a bit slow, it was only because his gentle nature compelled him to think before acting. One looked at everything objectively, the conclusion was obvious. As much as she was loath to admit, he really was unassuming was assuming do-gooder everyone had pegged as.
ちょっと本気かっての。人間的に悪いところ本当にみじんもないのかあれ。
There's plenty, so she left it at that for now. The chopsticks she had been using came to a stop. She was getting very annoyed. Emotional hatred burned through her head. Unable to come to terms with her feelings, she desperately tried to analyze Sojiro. Her mind only went in more circles. Alice fixed Alco with a deadpan stare.
呆れた。
Small sigh.
らしくないわね。
His words were the final blow. Alco felt the floor fall out from under her. He was unable to leave the chair until long after Alice had finished eating and left. However, even after getting knocked down, Alco Alzaki was not one to be kept that way. She made short work of cleaning up after dinner and, after conceding the first bath of the night to Alice, left the drawing room. Since it was customary in these sorts of mansions to turn the lights off when leaving an empty room, there were areas of the house were the drawing room, two girls' bedrooms. The upstairs was enveloped in darkness. Alco briskly made her way to the deepest part of the east wing along a long corridor, illuminated only by the light of the moon, left at her room.
結論として、やっぱり騙し討ちは気に食わない。
She had been considering this on her way down the corridor, perhaps ever since she had left the drawing room. The moment she entered the room, she drew a proverbial line in the sand. I don't see why visual novel fans usually dislike anime adaptations. There's so much emotion lost dialogue that doesn't translate to anime well. Always ends up silent thinking or into a moment. Yeah, there's a lot that it ends up being missed when you go from like text to just anime. Just animation or whatever. It's like you miss out on the internal, like the descriptors and whatever. There's a lot of context that ends up getting cut. Essentially, you'd have to think of yourself. There's no way you'd be able to do that, right?
やるにしても隠れるのはなし。正面から堂々と向かい合って理由を言う。
Novel sources are usually the best because they give you the most information. It's also particularly why I really like reading visual novels as well. Visual novels like give you the text, and visuals, and audio as well. It's kind of a mix in between. It's really good. I like it. This was not a concession driven by feelings of sympathy or compassion. For her, this was simply the way things ought to be.
よし。そうと決まれば。
The problem is, it takes a long time to read, so... After settling her resolve, she headed to the study next door. Well, whether that's a problem or a plus is... Yeah.
木曜棚の当時欄、緑の背表紙と。
Station, she removed one book from the countless volumes on the shelf. The introductory textbooks transported here from the Awazaki residence were separated into 6 shelves, labeled Monday to Saturday. Alco had organized the books by topic, genre, and purpose, and had more or less memorized exactly what was in her personal library. Referencing any of this material took her no time at all. It was to be expected from keeper of the study. Although this keeper's fiefdom was nothing more than a small room. Alco and Alice had given up all hope of the cluttered mess of a library in the annex. Nevertheless, on occasion, Alco would have no option other than to give Alice a heads up and visit it when the study did not meet her needs.
できればそれは避けたいところだけど、と。
Alco placed the thick green book down and took a seat. The desk she sat at was sturdy, but uninviting. It wasn't the sort of furniture girls her age grew attached to. She liked its minimalist elegance nonetheless. She flipped lightly through the book's old worn pages.
アリスみたいな結界は私にはまだ無理だ。 人払いはその場所自体に頼らないといけないか。
The mountains? Woods? School building empty at night. She was looking for a place that would be, except for the worst of luck, void of people, allowing her to forego the use of magecraft.
茨の壁だの魔力の霧だの。そういう回りくどいのもなんだしな。退路を断つっていうなら、もっとこう見た目にも状況的にも派手な方が効果的だし。
About how there'd be some basic spell that fit her needs, she continued to flip through the pages. It goes without saying that she was looking for a way to deal with the witness from the previous night. Witchcraft's uses were many, but not all-encompassing. Fundamentally, witchcraft was good for making things or phenomena that existed already, more or less bypassing the time and resources conventional means would require. It was, however, unable to manifest phenomena that were impossible in the world. This would. It was essentially an equivalent exchange that used a variety of shortcuts. Phenomena made possible by human hands, actualized by an individual's power. That's generally what magecraft was. To give a simple example, if Alko was so inclined, she could make an entire lake appear at the mansion. However, it had to be something that existed within this world. Nothing, not even the smallest matter, could escape this unbreakable law. Even if Alko were to release a level of heat on par with the F-15 fighter jet's afterburner, that event would only be possible if the circuit named Alko Aozaki acted as a temporary input variable in a magic formula. Derived equivalence was simply a value that already occurred in reality. If the variable in the equation did not exist elsewhere in reality, the spell would not be valid. The imaginary element known as magical energy was like a lie that could only slip its fantasy through the network of order at the moment of ignition, giving form to the non-existent illusions invading reality, something the universe did not allow.
とは言っても、エーテルは基本何にでもできるんで、大元が嘘なんだっけ。魔力だけで構成されたものは幻想扱いされて急速に消えていくとか。典型的な結界、茨の壁とかはもともと茨を生やしておいて魔力で一気に成長強化してるものだし、魔力っていうのは結局使い勝手のいいガソリン兼事象に火をつける火花ってわけで、なんて言いつつ架空要素云々より基本的な回路の接続と魔力を加工して弾くことぐらいしかできないのよね、私。
Laughing to herself, she looked for a bounded field or something similar, more suited to her current ability. The identity of the witness was still unknown. If they were a classmate Alkos, he had any number of pretexts by which to lure them out. The problem was after that.
そうなると、問題は命中率よね。一撃で決めないと逃げられちゃうだろうし。
To be honest, she wasn't confident she could handle this smoothly without Alice's support. Alko saw no reason to ask for help, given that the target in question was a regular bystander. Fledgling as she was, she still had her pride as a mage. She continued to turn through the pages rhythmically. In the midst of the fluttering sound of thumbing through the volume, Alko suddenly stopped her finger at a certain page.
見つけた。
She smiled to herself. It was a simple formula that she had tucked away somewhere in the recesses of her memory. A spell of simple destruction.
檻をね、作ればいいのよ。狩りをする時の常套手段じゃない。獲物を逃げられないようにするのは。
She placed a bookmark in the book, closed it, and got up to return to her room. Suddenly, she felt someone watching her. Through the window, she saw her in the night, a girl staring back with a cold-hearted expression. The girl's face was hers, the expression undoubtedly her own. She began planning how to erase the witness. To say it was something as elaborate as a plan was overkill. This was just a job. She was going to make a cage, then lure her prey into it. There was no getting around it. Premeditated violence.
そろそろアリスは上がったかな。
He mumbled out loud, as if the bath would return some warmth to her chilled heart. About 20 minutes had passed since he gave Alice the privilege of using the hot water first. Alice tended to bathe quickly, finishing well under 10 minutes. Mate was the type that could not understand the spirit of the bath, treating it as nothing more than a necessity for looking after one's body. For Alice, the concept of staying at a hot spring inn sounded more like a chore than anything. But in this regard, Alco had to agree.
よし、浴場はカラッと。あれ、今に電気ついてる？
It was unusual for Alice to sit in the drawing room after a bath. Nights when she had nothing to discuss, it was her style to return directly to her bedroom.
アリス、いるの？
Alice nodded. No book in hand, it appeared that Alice had been waiting for Alco.
そういうこと。私も信用ないな、ほんと。
Alco scratched her head in exasperation. Was it that Alice was worried about her, or had no faith in her? Her expression was so calm, Alco could hardly figure what she was thinking.
方針なら決まったけど、聞く？
その顔を見れば聞かなくてもわかるわ。迷いがなくなったのはいいことだけど。悪い癖ね、青子。
Just let out a small sigh. It was unusual for Alice to make such a display of her disappointment.
ええ、騙し討ちは趣味じゃないから。殺すにしても正々堂々、正面から理由を言った後にする。それならすっぱり後腐れもないし。文句ある？
文句はないわ。そういうの好きか嫌いかはこの際関係ないでしょうし。けど
確実性はどうかってことでしょ。私いまいち命中率悪いし、その辺の問題は場所選びでフォローしようかなと。私はアリスのようにはいかないから、物理的に逃げられない場所にしようと思うんだけど、何かアイディアない？
Alice nodded in thought. The finger that gently rested on her lips indicated that the question was to her liking.
鏡はどう？鏡の国なら永遠に閉じ込めていられるけど。
あんた、そういうところ常識ないわよね。
He frowned at Alice's bad taste. It was the kind of idea her roommate found to be inspired. Alco knew it was out of the question. She was looking for a natural bounded field she could prepare, bordering on true magic that she couldn't create to begin with.
なら他を当たるのね。でもここを使うのだけはやめてちょうだい。
言われなくても分かってるって。けどそうね。ミラーハウスはいいアイディアかも。
Alco smirked and shifted her balance away from the wall he was resting on.
サンキュー、アリス。全体の流れは出来上がったわ。ほんと、こういうのってダメ元でも相談してみるものよね。
Good mood, Alco retreated from the drawing room. Alice tried and failed to visualize what kind of blueprint Alco had drawn up in her mind. Whatever it was, it appeared to be the thorough kind Alco was good at. Alco headed for the bathroom, humming to herself as she went. A year and a half of sharing a living space had taught Alice something. When Alco was like he was in this good of a mood, deep trouble could follow.
え？青子一人に任せていいのかですって。
It was unclear how long the bird had been in the drawing room. Chirping at Alice, the robin-like bird pranced around across the furniture as if it was his property.
そうね。彼女が一人でやると言ったのだから任せるのが正しい信頼関係なんでしょうけど。
The girl in black raised her arm. The bird, chirping once again, lighted on her outstretched, affectionate finger.
嫌な話だけど信頼と信用はまた違う話よね。
Bird puffed at its stout chest in agreement. Alco was none the wiser to her roommate's rather unsettling comment. following day was a typically overcast one. The day's classes ended as well as started, eventfully. Winter break was just around the corner, and with it, final exams. Although Misaki High prided itself on discipline, it was still a private school which promoted a culture of independence among its students. Industrious students had a place to explore that side of themselves, the guardianship of the student council president. Easygoing students could spend their time after school as they wished, as long as they were mindful of personal responsibility. The fact that the poster boy of independence was the student council vice president indicated just how vast the spectrum was.
Aozaki, iru ga?
Konomaru Tsukichi threw open the door to the satellite student council room, the location for the secret meetings. Despite all appearances, he was the student council vice president. So happened to be the poor soul responsible for executing the student council's dirty work. One person was waiting for him in the cramped room. Student council president Aoko Aozaki sat imperiously in a folding chair, glaring at Tomaru and his boisterous appearance.
相変わらず寒いな、この部屋。なあ、今度ストーブ購入しようぜ。
So as to not succumb to Aoko's oppressive silence, Tomaru opened with some casual small talk.
お疲れ様。ところであんた、何しに来たのか分かってる？
まあな。ただ、事務的に話すのって寒いじゃねえか。少しぐらい世間話でもしねえとつまらねえだろ。
Tomaru closed the door and sat down across from Aoko. He was holding a blue envelope.
こういう時は無駄口は叩かない方がいいわよ。なんとなくプロっぽいでしょ。
なる。いや。
Tomaru was halfway to agreeing with Aoko before he caught himself and began to shake his head. As much as Tomaru enjoyed the lack of red tape in his new line of work, he was not ready to turn full spy on his first day of the job.
それで、調べ終わったの？
ああ、ついさっき最後の聴取を済ませてきた。詳しいことはその封筒に入ってる。お前から渡された例のファイルもそんなか。
Tossed the envelope onto the table.
そう。
Aoko picked it up and began to scan through the documents that were inside. She entered her own little world, not sparing the slightest bit of attention for Tomaru. If ignoring other people were a skill, he would be a master at it.
なあ、
何？
一つ聞きたいんだけどよ。
だから、何？
It was filled with a chilling silence. Aoko continued reading without an ounce of emotion on her face. Tomaru kept up an air of indifference. His stare remained fixed intently on her.
青崎、そういうの作って楽しい？
楽しいわけないでしょ。こんなの作ったところで、あんまり使う機会なんてないんだから。
そうか。ならいい。
Whether or not he was convinced, Tomaru stood up from his chair with a disappointed expression.
最後まで読めばわかるだろうが、あんまり確証は取れなかったぜ。というより、おとといあの辺りにいた生徒はいないって話になりそうだ。まあ断定はできないけどな。
Concerned over his task, Tomaru headed towards the door, as if to say it was out of his hands.
そうだ。そういえば、一人だけ該当しなかった奴がいる。季節外れの転入生までは、青崎も調べきれなかったみてえじゃねえか。
Aoko raised her head ever so slightly. He was right. The recent transfer student was not included within the scope of her investigation.
そんなわけで、その字に関しては調べてないぜ。まあ、あいつならいつだろうと遅くまでバイトだろうが。いや、人殺しを見たなんてこと口走ってるようじゃ、家で悪い夢でも見てたのかもしれねえか。
Basically already said it out loud. Okay. Tomaru cheerfully left the student council room. Simultaneously, Yuko felt her fingers go numb, and the documents she was holding spilled all over the table.
そんな、まさかね。
He broke out into a cold sweat and tried to tell herself that there must be some kind of mistake. However, the uncomfortable feeling in her gut would simply not go away, just because her intuition was almost always right at times like these.
バカらしい。
And yet she knew what she had to do. She would not have hesitated to kill Tomaru if he had been the witness. But if it was who she was thinking of, just considering the possibility caused her blood to run cold. Yuko put her forehead in her hands and began to brood. And then suddenly, let's talk choice. You'll always be faced with choices. A virtuous fool and a wicked sage. You cannot save both. You must pick one. It's the freedom granted to you. 2 years earlier, Alcor muttered the words offered by her grandfather the day she replaced her older sister as his successor, and let out a sigh of lament.
すごくバカみたい。
He laughed at her own intuition. It was no joke. If only these words had never been said. Alcor locked up the student council room and left for the day. Calmly, as though nothing untoward had happened, he greeted the students as they passed in her in the halls. She was almost shocked by how natural she seemed. Still plenty of students at the school. The grounds were noisy with the chattering of students who had finished the day, yet to head home. Others still had club activities. The grey sky looked ready to pour, but nobody seemed to pay it any mind. Amidst the clamour, Alcor hastened to the school gate. He passed by some students in animated conversation. They seemed to be talking about their after-school plans. They were adamant about maximizing their free time. He could not figure out how they could possibly be so irresponsibly focused, fun. At the same time, was in no mood to make fun of or feel fierce of them. 2 short years prior, he had been just like them.
根は冷めてるのかな、私って。
He retied her scarf, this time more tightly, to give off an air of solitude. She was fooling no one. After all, people who feign solitude are really masking his rejection.
そうよね。孤独っていうのはああいうのを言うもんでしょうし。
By the school gate was busier than usual. A group of boys appeared to be huddled behind it. A transparent attempt to be discreet in terms of both location and loudness of voices did nothing to hide the fact they were noisily arguing about a girl standing alone on the other side of the street. Hi, Alice. The girl was cloaked in a back coat. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for a normal attire. As from Misaki could tell, she wore the uniform of a prestigious girls' school. That school had no connection to Misaki High in any way, shape, or form. The two schools were miles apart in both physically and spiritually. A member of that school's student body was a rare sighting, as the majority were forced to live in the school dorm. The Yen Girls' Academy had a reputation as a school for princesses. It was rare indeed for one to be slumming with the common folk. That alone would have been enough to cause a ruckus among the boys. This girl looked the epitome of class. Could not help but describe the standing figure as charming. Let me see. Mite, mite, The way she silently, motionlessly waited was reminiscent of a meticulously composed portrait. Alko took one look at her before instantly recalling that one word, solitude.
まったくうちの男子どもは家に帰りもせず陰でこそこそやってるのはそういうこと。
Disgusted, Alko barged through the gate. At this point she would normally head home, but today she crossed the street towards the waiting girl.
あれなるは生徒会長様。くそ、追っ払う気なのかよ。痛いんならいつまでだっていさせてあげればいいじゃんか。
Oh, Sibs.
てか怒られるのあの天使。 よその生徒でも校門前にいるぐらいなら別に問題はないと思うけど。
青子女子は容赦ねえからな。下手すると平手だぜ、平手。
The boys ran their mouths behind her back. Not in the mood to shut them up, Cole walked right up to the girl and offered an informal wave.
どうしたのアリス。こんなところに来たって何も面白いことはないって言ったのに。
ありえね
Alko heard the boys by the gate lose their collective minds and did her best to ignore them.
あのことを確かめに。青子、あの人たち邪魔なんだけど。
分かってる。今追っ払うから。
Contrast to Alice's small voice, Alko spoke loud and clear. Naturally, this was on purpose. He has to deal with the riffraff by the gate all at once.
会長こっち来んぞ。おい押すなよ。後ろのやつどけって。俺校舎に逃げるから。いやでもあの子会長と知り合いなんでしょ。うまく会長に紹介してもらうとか。さすが一年坊主、まだ戦場の現実ってもんを理解していねえ。よし、死の間際までいい夢見ろよ。
That's because too many of them had gathered in one place. The mob entered a frenzied panic as they tried to escape. Alko addressed them all.
さーて、部活動があるわけでもなし、ただ家に帰るだけの帰宅部の皆さん、こんなところで何を集まってるのか教えてくれる？
Student council president stared daggers at the boys.
何しろ試験前だもの。身になることなら私も教えてほしいけど、まさかガン首並べて女学院のお嬢様を眺めてただけなんてことはないわよね。声をかける勇気もなくて眺めてただけなんてことは。
Was brave enough to admit that this nail hit the nail on the head. With such courage, they would have already been chatting to the young lady up.
いや僕教室にちょっと忘れ物が。こんなオチならダメ元で玉砕しとくんだった。天文部に行って双眼鏡借りるのどうだ。屋上からお顔を賜るとか。天文部にそんなのねえよ。あるとしたら野鳥同好会じゃね。
それ先月会長が潰したじゃん。鳥めでてる暇があるなら彼女作れって。
ああ、彼女作れですか。すみませんっす。今日は裏口から帰るっす。くっそ。じゃあな会長、また明日。
And with those so charming remarks, the boys scattered with their tails between their legs.
楽しそうね、青子。
あ、わかる？
Alko's response slipped out all too easy. In truth, there were not that many bad apples at Misaki High. Dealing with them wasn't really that bad.
で、ここまで出向くってことは何か分かったの？
結界に残っていた気配の識別は、あとはここで確かめればいいだけよ。
そう。ん？アリス、いつからここに？
下校時刻から。
So she had been here for roughly an hour. Standing in the same place for an hour would be taxing for someone as sensitive to the cold as Alice.
悪いわね、無理させて。
別に好きでやってることだから。
She spoke, her black eyes were fixed upon the gate, students passing through it. He had likely been observing the gate in this manner for the past hour.
私を待ってたわけじゃないんでしょ？今からでも付き合うわ。
Alice nodded in assent. If Alice was still here, it meant she had not found the witness yet. If she had found the student, sort of already gone home ahead of Alko, begun to research the student's background.
私の方はダメだった。
Hiding it. Okay. She reported the results of Tomura's investigation. She remained silent. With that, the conversation ended, leaving the two to silently endure the freezing wind. The silent stakeout dragged on endlessly. Students continued to pass the gate, each shocked at the sight of the unusual combo, and headed home. 20 minutes, Alco let a sigh escape her mouth. Perhaps from boredom, perhaps from the cold, perhaps from both.
ねえアリス、帰り黎明に寄ってかない？
Alco quickly turned to Alice to catch her reaction. Dawn was the name of one of Alco's favorite coffee shops. Offering no clear indication as to whether she was critical of Alco's blaze attitude, agreeing to her whims, Alice's gaze shifted ever so slightly. Alco followed her stare.
あれ青崎も待ち合わせか？
Sudden voice took her off guard. There was only one person who spoke with this gentle, good-natured tone.
そう。やっぱそうなるわけか。
Turning her back to Alice, Alco moved her focus to the newly appeared student.
それで、今日は何の用？
All politeness flew out the window. Already in a bad mood, Alco's mood plummeted the longer she looked at Sojiro. The subtlety of her expression, however, was lost on him.
いや、これから駅前で水泳部の部長と待ち合わせなんだけど、そのことでお礼を言っておきたくて。
ん？
It's completely unexpected. Joining a club. Alco had a hunch he was about to say something brainless.
ふーん。お礼って、お礼参りってこと？
Fortunately, Sojiro was completely unaware of the more sinister implications to the word payback.
よくわからないけど、そんな大したことじゃないよ。ただ、水泳部は夏までそう忙しくないって話だったから。
Sojiro was just about to thank her for recommending a club that would not take up much of his time. Alco cut him off with an expression of disinterest.
当然でしょ。幽霊部員になりそうな生徒なんて紹介できないから。忙しいあなたでも務まりそうな場所があったから口に出しただけよ。
なるほど、無駄がないね。
His open admiration for her snapped Alco's will to fight. Finding a suitable club and negotiating with its captain hadn't been an efficient use of her time at all.
とにかくお世話になったから、それで礼を言っときたくて。
Sojiro gratefully dipped his head, not before the flustered Alco stopped him.
よしてよ。今あなたにそんなことされても迷惑だから。それで、水泳部はどう？やっていけそう？
An awkwardness infiltrated her previously sharp gaze. Sojiro was able to pick up on the odd change in her behavior, could not divine its reason. So he simply started with what he knew so far, and reported the most recent information he had.
ああ、水泳部はクビになった。
What the fuck?
なんでよ
Alco instinctively shouted at the unexpected response. Like a human jack-in-the-box. This unexpected development threw her mind in tizzy. She momentarily forgot the complicated feelings she had been wrestling with.
だって今から待ち合わせだって。
それは、これからヤシロギの温水プールに連れて行ってくれるからだよ。
Sojiro stated this very matter-of-factly, though still reeling Alco.
話がつながらない。そこまでうまくいってるのに、どうして入部を拒否されるのよ、あんたは。
そりゃ、俺が泳げないからだろ。
This motherfucker! He said he'd be more suited in swimming. He can't swim! Alco reached up with her fingers and pinched the bridge of her nose as she processed his answer.
しずきくん、昨日の私の質問は覚えてる？走るのか泳ぐのか、どっちがいいかってやつ。私の記憶は正しいけど、一応確認しておくわね。あなた、確かに泳ぐ方だって言ったけど。
ああ、昔から泳げないのはなんとか克服したかったんだ。反対に走る方は得意だけど。
Her energy spent, Alco finally understood.
俺が1年なら1から鍛えてくれたらしいんだけど、あと3ヶ月で3年になる身分なのに、金槌の部員は雇えないそうだ。けど部長が親身になってくれて、これから泳ぎを教えてくれることになったんだよ。
Sojiro's words were spoken from a place of joy, a fact that failed to reach Alco. I have a feeling this is the outcome. I didn't think about it.
はあ、つまり欠陥品を売りつけたってわけか。こりゃ水泳部の部長に合わす顔がないっと。ちょっと待った。しずきくん、水泳部の部長って。
She stopped herself short of a girl. She was afraid of how that might look. She might not be able to bring herself in if she started.
もういいわ。気持ちは分かったから、どこか遠くにいてくれない？少し疲れてて、とてもじゃないけどあなたの相手はしていられないの。
飛び丸もそんなことを言ってたな。青崎は昨日と今日珍しく疲れてるって。何かあったのか？
ちょっとね。でもいいの。解決したみたいだから。それより、しずきくんはどう見える？私、そんなに疲れて見えるのかな？
She asked him this, letting out things for no reason, impulse. It's not usual for Alco. Perhaps it was because she realized that this would be their last chance to have a normal conversation. After a few moments of contemplation, Sojiro conjured up a grin that cut straight through the tension.
そうだな。疲れているというより生き生きしているように見える。仕方なく畑を耕していた狼が久しぶりに狩りに出ることになって機嫌を上げている感じだ。
Seemed so cheerful. Like he was so happy for her. Without thinking, Alco's hands went to her cheeks. If what he said were true, she was grinning from ear to ear. There was just no way she would have made such a mistake.
とにかくありがとう。じゃあ、また明日。
Still not comfortable enough to wave to her, he said his goodbye with sincerity in his voice and smile, and took his leave.
待って。こんな話があるの。聞いてから言って。
Alco called out after him. Her voice was cold as she admonished herself for having been somewhat affable earlier.
意味のない例え話よ。そうね。あなたが空腹で死にそうな時、目の前に同じように空腹で死にそうな2匹の動物がいるとするわ。しずきくんに銃をあげる。それでどちらかの動物を撃って。右はライオンで、左は子猫。選ぶのはあなたの自由だから。
It's a fable-like dilemma, especially the way in which it was cruel and rather preachy. The kind that, if you thought too hard about it, you would never find an answer. Sojiro answered quickly and calmly.
いや、撃たないと思うよ。だって自分の好きにしていいんだろ。それにほら、空腹ならお互い様だ。
He was not in the least fazed by the dilemma. He gave the most innocent response. So innocent, in fact, that would give anyone pause.
長生きするわ、あなた。
すごいセリフだな。そんなことを言われたのは、多分君が初めてだ。
Adorning his face with a smile, wholly out of sync with his comment.
何よ、それ。
He regretted stopping him. But only she had just watched him go, the conversation would have never happened. Sojiro Shizuki made his way down the slope street. Today, just like every day, he probably had to work late again. Only Alco and Alice remained, with Alice doing what she could to simply blend in.
つくづくこっちのペースを乱してくれるわね。あの人畜無害な田舎者は。
Alco clenched her right fist tightly as she cursed out loud, anything to prevent herself from screaming at the top of her lungs. The scream would be directed towards Sojiro. Towards herself was another matter entirely.
青子。
Alco heard Alice's soft voice behind her. Alco knew what she was going to say, but she had known for the entire time. Ever since Alice showed no reaction to any of the other students, changed her expression upon seeing Sojiro.
言わなくてもいい。あいつでしょ、目撃者は。
Voices caught his eyes. It was the voice of someone talking about a complete stranger. The lion and the kitten. There were pros and cons to choosing either of these animals, the point being that she had asked him to choose one of them. In terms of risk, lion was a more dangerous choice. Since the girls pointed at it, there's a chance it would fight back. As it chose, a lion required more courage. A sense of guilt that came with holding the gun be forgotten. Lions were fierce creatures. Poor excuse to shoot an animal, perhaps. One that certainly helped alleviate the guilt. What about the kitten? Weaker creature. It goes without saying that the kitten would be the easier target of the two. Choosing it would be a disquieting decision for anyone. Even if the kitten had no chance to survive, it was still too senseless to carry out. To Alco, Sojiro was that choice.
てっきり私もそうだと思ってた。
She had felt that sinking feeling in the student council room. She ignored it. There was no getting around what must be done, she told herself. Until, that is, Sojiro went and said what he said, causing her resolve to waver. Discomfort in the chest did not stem from any guilt she may have felt. He could care less for Sojiro. He was weak, be incredibly easy to deal with. Yet for some reason she could not dispel her reservations. A transfer student who moved into the city from the middle of nowhere, with no family to speak of. Who would notice if he suddenly disappeared compared to a person of some renown? If she were to kill him, it would be as simple as wringing a cat's neck. It would serve to just piss her off. It was too lucky. Like everything was neatly handed to her. She wanted to just drop kick it right into orbit.
信じられない。私嫌がってる。俺は違う。こんなの私じゃない。
Standing behind her, Alice heard all of the muttering. Nevertheless, she seemed to ignore it and said,
彼、首に布を巻いていたわね。
wholly unrelated topic. Alka returned to her senses.
首？
ええ。水泳部の首とかけていたのかしら。
Alice had put much thought into this, as if it had deeper meaning to her somehow.
そういえば、あいつ初めて会った時も首に布巻いてたっけ？襟を行儀よく締めてるから目立たないけど。
Conversation turned to idle nonsense. Though it solved none of her current problems, it did help calm Alko's frazzled nerves.
サンキュー。落ち着いたわ、アリス。それと、気合も入った。善は急げ。あいつが言いふらす前に決着をつけよう。
Once more, Alko turned her back to the school gate. For now, they would retire to the mansion, prepare for battle. Dude, that entire scene would have happened in like 5 minutes. Maybe 10. I don't know, maybe 5, 7, I don't know, something like that.
いつ、どこで彼を殺すの？
He said quietly, so as not to be overheard by anyone else. Alko had to rein in that side of Alice. Open as they were, this was far from a normal situation.
今日の夜、場所はとっておきの夢の国よ。
He gave a fearless laugh. Strangely pleasant sound. Like the kind one would make when meeting their lover. Okay. It's showtime, Sojiro. Let's try to survive this one. I don't actually know if we're gonna make any choices, or if this is just a kinetic novel. I'm not sure. The Witches 1. Sojiro returned to his apartment on foot, as per routine, under a blanket of clouds in the night sky. The misty stairs of his apartment building changed with each step. At the corner of his eye, he could see the bicycles parked by the apartment building's outer wall. He debated the pros and cons of a bicycle, how much easier life would be versus the expense, the convenience versus the necessity. He had decided one was not right for him just now. Clutching the bag of apples under his arm, he took out the key to his residence.
あれば便利だけど、なくて。
He tilted his head in confusion. More and more He found herself preoccupied with such random thoughts, when the real issue at hand was deciding what to do with the apples he received. He placed the paper bag by the sink and switched on the lights. It was just after 10 in the evening. With the end of term exams just around the corner, he'd come home an hour earlier than usual. As he made back for the kitchen to pick one of the apples to snack on, he found an envelope stuffed into his mail slot. The envelope had no name, return address, or stamp. Inside was a single piece of paper that had only sender's name and a short message. It read,
話があるので、今夜どこそこのここに来られたし、大事なようなので、来るまでずっと待っている。言うまでもなく、他言無用。
A concise set of orders, neatly written. It was signed Uncle Alzaki. She had been considerate enough to enclose a detailed map of the meeting place. Puzzled, he cocked his head to the side, then headed out the door. Afterward, upon the room's sole tenant leaving the premises, the envelope burst into flames and evaporated without trace, as though it never existed in the first place. In the 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom had somewhat stabilized, and the city experienced a period of steady growth. City's modernization pushed on. The Japan Railway's train station, a symbol of a new era, neared completion. In Misaki's neighboring town of Yashirogi, a new symbol on its own is about to be born. Oh. Yashirogi bred and Kitsi land. It was Misaki's worst investment. Years later, would be dubbed the fool's gold of the economic bubble, relic of a bygone age.
この町には夢とか遮奪さが足りない。
10 years ago, Yashirogi's renowned Tokitsu baking company with factories all across the nation. Its proprietor was a middle-aged gentleman, aged 65, by the name of Yurihiko Tokitsu, affectionately by most as Toppan. He took it upon himself to begin development at an estate on the outskirts of Yashirogi, broke ground on recreational wonderland that he hoped to be the pride of Misaki City. The thing came in 1981. For 3 years of investment, this local amusement park, full of all kinds of hopes and dreams, began its short-lived tenure. It covered more than 5 square acres. Its magnificent merry-go-round dazzled all who passed through the park's gates. Its roller coaster twisted and turned about the edges of the park like a writhing Japanese dragon. Ferris wheel, packed beyond necessity with gimmicks, was said to have tested the limits of modern engineering.
完璧だ。遊園地に必要なものは全て積み込んだ。
Yuriko looked upon his creation and smiled. Only boosting his confidence was the fact that its grand opening was staged during a period of prosperity, the springtime of the world. In spite of this, they splendidly miscalculated the balance between aspirations and sophistication. Its mascot, Kitsi, was poorly designed and appeared like a cheap knockoff. The park was stuffed to the brim with bread stands. Even its impossible to navigate mirror maze seemed out of date from the start. There were no dreams to be had at Kitsyland. Nightmarish satire. Numerous trade magazines lambasted Kitsyland's shortcomings, and customer attendance declined. There was even an incident. A 6-year-old strayed from his mother by an accident and nearly died. 1986, 5 years after the park opened. The situation had grown from bad to worse. The park was hemorrhaging money. On top of everything, Yuriko bet everything on the success of mascot Kitsi, retired. Kitsyland's operations were officially in trouble. And thus, amidst the scorn of nearly all residents of the area, ended Misaki City's one and only amusement park. In the 80s. This is after the park closed. I think we're in the 80s? Because we're still only talking about the origin of the park. What's more, perhaps best described as a footnote to this debacle, the self-proclaimed Parisian artist who designed the mascot, Cookie Julik, was said to have snapped his brush in mourning over the closure of the park. Turning to the present, yeah. So that was the past. It's midnight, and the Kitsy land of today was a shadow of its former glory. Like a doll abandoned in the corner of a toy box, Lonely Park was illuminated only by the light of the town that continued to live around it.
なるほど。
Rojiro closed the Yashirogi guidebook that he had picked up on the way here. The story of its history was almost difficult to believe, but he supposed this was what people referred to as entropy. The park's front gate was unlocked. When he worked here the previous time, the iron fence was locked shut with a rusty chain. The chain was nowhere to be seen, and the gate left ajar. Following the map drawn in the letter, Sojiro quickly made his way inside.
急ぎのようなんだろうけど、こんな夜中に何なんだ一体。
Sojiro complained, by out of character for him. It's probably because, in spite of his naivety, even he knew that something was amiss. Though the park was abandoned, this was still trespassing. Unlawful entry, listening, burglary. These are certainly not things or perhaps crimes that Sojiro was proud to do, but
すまない。お金は払えないんだ。ただで入って申し訳ない。
me apparently, was why his conscience was gnawing at him. He clapped his hands in apology to the statue of Kitsy, but in his eyes the paint had begun to aptly dissolve. Sojiro passed the mascot bleeding red paint from its eye sockets, and began to walk the night park. It was red paint. Okay. The building's colors had faded. The collection of machines was rusted. The man-made residents no longer felt passage of time. Even the ghosts themselves could not endure the disparity between this forsaken place and its previous grand stature. It was like a fossilized stream. These were the ruins of a paradise both created and abandoned by man and reality. The economy had stabilized, but the standard of living was on the rise. Nobody was overly concerned with the future. These were the reigns of a wild and exciting era. His breath turning to white wisps before him, Sojiro continued through the abandoned amusement park. Void of human presence, this is not nearly as frightening as the darkness deep in the mountains. City suburbs can take many different forms, but Kittyland was unusual for an amusement park, in so much as it had been built adjacent to a residential district. The park was surrounded by a forest, but even that, ultimately, was man-made. It was no different than the curtains on a classroom window. If we were to scale the iron fence encircling Kitsyland, break through the 20 yards of forested trees, you could make it back to the familiar townscape. The amusement park tended to arouse dread in the city folk. To Sojiro, it was a little different from the common commotion and terror of downtown.
Areka.
Central Plaza was as silent as a grave. According to the map, the meeting spot was west of here. Waiting for Sojiro at his destination was a rugged, imposing, magnificent castle towering before the backdrop of the cloudy night sky. Even for an abandoned park, it was a remarkable structure. If the roller coasters and the Ferris wheels were loud, intense attractions, this was comparatively quiet and easygoing. It was one of Kitsyland's 3 iconic structures and, in a way, the wicked fortress that guided this paradise down the path of closure. Generally speaking, amusement park mazes generally fall into one of 2 categories. Labyrinths, which disorient visitors with their sheer size. Mirror houses, which disorient visitors with optical illusions. Other labyrinths guests enjoyed the brief sense of adventure that it afforded. Over the years, however, we are usurped by the ever-increasing thrills of new attractions. Such was the way of all trends, the curse of fads. The new must give way to the newer. On the other hand, the House of Mirrors was a time-honored, beloved staple. even within the confines of a classroom's dimensions. Placed mirrors and well-directed light could both perplex and delight its visitors. Figuring in the cost of maintenance, well-designed house of mirrors could far outlive its labyrinth brethren. Even if both types faded into obscurity, they remained a staple of what constituted an amusement park. However, that didn't mean that combining them would produce double the fun. Together they transformed from entertainment into an uncanny realm from which those who dared to step within could never leave. In a similar sense, Kitsy's Mystery Tour Castle was the park's very own otherworld. Indeed, 5% of visitors ended up requesting staff assistance to get out. Modelled after European castles, it was greater than a football field in length, and the interior was further split into 3 floors. Holy shit, that's a fucking maze! 2 floors above ground and 1 below, lined with mirrors from top to bottom, equal parts complex and vast. The maze demanded at least 30 minutes even from veterans. One visit was all it took to be struck by catoptrophobia. That's the first time I've seen that word. Catoptrophobia for hours. It was this labyrinth that now stood in Sojiro's way.
真っ暗ってわけじゃないな。電気とかついてるんだろうか。
It seemed that Sojiro, unaware of what a house of mirrors even was, concerned himself only with its lightning. He checked the letter from Alka once more. The letter read, "I'll be waiting in the first floor lobby of the House of Mirrors." I thought the letter burned itself. Wait. The meeting place was definitely in here. There was something to see at least, as he could just make out light faintly through the open doors. Putting aside his suspicions, towards the entrance. The sound of his steps against the brick-laid path echoed faintly. It was far from the hustle and bustle of the city. Park's clocks no longer made the tick-tock, and the winter's bite no longer blew in the night. From within the silence, a stillness that would cause any onlooker to hold their breath. Sojiro stopped abruptly at the entrance to the House of Mirrors.
ところで青崎、そんなところで何してるんだ?
He called out, turning back towards the plaza. You already knew he was there, what the fuck? A sound rang out, as if someone had dove behind a garbage can, and it fell into the ground in their haste. A short silence ensued. For a moment the abandoned park returned to its previous hush. A sign to her having been exposed, the girl appeared from her hiding place.
Oh.
His voice died in his throat as he took in the sight of this girl's familiar face in unfamiliar attire. Sawako, with her long hair flowing in the breeze, was different from the Alko that Sojiro knew. The stance and posture she took exuded the strength of her will. She stared directly at him with sharp-eyed, piercing gaze. Her eyes were glowing with a dim phosphoric light, enough to give Sojiro pause that he might be hallucinating. See coldness and a girl's strength. Sojiro lacked a sense of danger. The sense of imbalance caused even him to feel the malice in the air. It was as though the Yuki-onna spirit of folklore had climbed out from a ghost story and appeared here in reality.
Aozaki.
Instinctively, Sojiro took a step back. Surprised, he was starting to feel concerned. An unpleasant premonition rose to the surface, bringing with it a sense of anxiety. In spite of this, he felt obliged to honor urban etiquette by seeing if she was alright.
その顔を見るに何かあったのかと一応聞いておくんだけど。
Without acknowledging him, Iko took a step forward. A figure, this atmosphere. Sojiro found himself recalling a recent memory. His twisted and knotted apprehension melted away, his place placed with a growing realization. The girl before him was very similar to someone he had seen before, that night in the park. He had only seen her from behind. With increasing certainty causing him to swallow nervously, he noted that they might as well have been identical.
何をしていたかって話なら見ての通りよ。ここで獲物が通り過ぎるのを待ってたの。あなたが入ってから私も入って逃げ道をなくすつもりだったから。
Go said, perturbed by the swift change in plans.
そうか。待ち合わせ場所は合ってたんだな。
Dojiro was mildly relieved that he had not gone to the wrong place. It was unclear whether he felt confident about dealing with what was to come, or if he had simply failed to grasp the hopelessness of the situation. Ko ignored his obtuse response and continued.
私はね、しずきくん。嫌いな人とか憎い人とかは人並みにいるんだ。ただ、ちょっと変なのが敵になるやつの条件でね。
Odd emotion burned into her eyes. Feet had already moved one step closer to Sojiro. Sojiro's sense of foreboding was growing stronger. Wondering if what he had sensed was bloodlust, he retreated another step. Continuing as so, they maintained a distance of just 15 feet.
昔から私は嫌いな相手でも敵と思ったことはなかったの。でも逆に好きな相手を敵だと思うこともあった。理由は単純。
He held her right arm out. The light about her was no illusion.
当たり前のことだけど、私は私の感情を乱すやつが敵なのよ。
Moved again. It was instantaneous. Something shot past Sojiro in a blink of an eye, seeing him by just a foot to his left. Before his eyes, a blue light, something akin to a fireball, had ignited from nothing. He finally understood what was happening.
ちょっと待った。今のは大変見覚えがある。
He ignored his dim-witted reaction.
外したか。
Ko muttered to herself. Fist-sized hole blue light had made in the House of Mirrors crackled and smoldered. A shot like that could easily cave in a human skull, in addition to burning it to a crisp.
こんな射程で外すなんてアリスに見られたら自殺者ね。でもこれで分かったでしょ。二度目だものね、あなたにとっては。
Dojiro backed away swiftly. Things were beyond incomprehensible. He was close to losing the ability to think at all. All he could make out was the figure of the dependable student council president. At least what he thought was a president. The memories of the park that night 2 days ago. He'd never experienced anything like this. Most people living in a civilized country would never seen anything like it either. A lethal weapon that could kill with nothing more than the pull of a finger had a way of suspending the ability of the target to determine between not just good and evil, dreams and reality, past and future. The more peaceful someone's life had been, the stronger that suspension was likely to be. All one could think about was the fact that they were alive at the very moment. It was as if he was an unwritten character on a blank piece of white paper. There was no before, there was no after. It was only what came next. This is a very common thought process for anyone staring down the barrel of a gun.
あ、命乞いはやめてね。意味ないから。でも、恨み事ならご自由に。殺す側の義務として一言一句聞いてあげる。
Saying it was pointless, he made it sound more like she would not listen to what he had to say. Dojiro was in such a state of shock that it did not even enter his mind to speak up. He knew, for reasons unknown, was that the girl in front of him wanted him dead.
嘘つきにも程がある。飛び丸のバカ。何がそんな生き物はいないだ。実際いるじゃないか、こんなお化けみたいなのが。
Dojiro felt that he had said it out loud. Like, if he had said that out loud, the second blast would come even quicker than the last, so he kept it to himself. His mental explosives stirred his mind from paralysis to near panic. His response came not from a confidence. Well, someday, out of the blue, someone is going to kill me. It may have seemed like a baseless belief to hold.
でもそうだった。都会には殺人事件がある。ルールを破れば殺されるのは当たり前だってちゃんと教えてもらってた。
To Sojiro, the situation seemed to perfectly align with his inexperienced understanding that the city was a coldly pragmatic place. As far as he was concerned at this moment, being killed by a classmate was not something to be surprised by. In a society where murder was possible, he was able to accept this sort of situation as natural. Virtually no concern was the series of events that led to Aoka's aggression towards him. What really confused him was Aoka's blue fireball. Sojiro swallowed with a full gulp. To anyone who may have been watching, it was the response of a victim paralyzed by fear.
そういうことよ。ようやく理解してくれたわね。多くは語らないけど、あなたにはここで死んでもらう。魔術は隠匿するものなんて言ってもそっちには関係のないことだし、単に運がなかったって思えばいいわ。大事なのは私があなたを殺したってことだけだから。
Talking, Ko once again lifted her right arm. There was a hum like a machine. The light began to revolve around her arm beneath her sleeve. It was taking longer than last time. Sojiro believed that it was going to be much stronger than the attack that was still scorching the wall behind him. The realization caused his panic to hide him.
いやなんだつまり始末するとかしないとかあの夜のお化けは青崎だったとか都会は本当に込み入ってるとかそういうことじゃなくて。
His thoughts became jumbled. His heart pounded like a hammer. This was no time to be standing still. He was not sure if the girl in front of him was really human. More importantly, even if he could accept the events unfolding before him, it was said and done.
待て、人殺しはいけないんだぞ。
Even if it was a fact of life in the city, Sojiro was not about to lie down and die.
分かってるわよ、そんなことは。
Sojiro's scream, still entirely oblivious, was just a thing to invoke Aoka's full wrath. Aoka fired a barrage of magical blue bullets. In an instant, Sojiro dashed into the shadows behind him, into the entrance to the House of Mirrors. Darted feverishly down the hall. After a mere few feet, he was left completely out of breath. This was due to his shock at seeing yet another attack, fiercer than the first, that he had never seen in his life, because he couldn't shake the thought if he had moved even a second later, he would be dead. He could not afford to stop. The sound of merciless footsteps closed in behind him.
けど助かった。ここならなんとか。
Threw everything into his legs as he sprinted. A straight narrow passage about 60 feet long connected the entrance to the main lobby. At this rate, if he could just make it to the lobby, he was sure he'll be able to find as many hiding spots as he needed.
助かった。
They arrived in a large open space. This was the first floor lobby. There were 3 passageways. One led to the basement floor, connected to the first floor maze. The other was a set of stairs leading to the second floor. Sojiro did not particularly care which one he chose, so, trusting his intuition, he made a run for the first floor maze, when... He smacked his head into a transparent wall.
鏡？
ええ、面倒だけどそれならフェアでしょ。追いかける方にも逃げる方にも有利不利がある。
Somehow a cheerful voice echoed in his direction. There was no need for Sojiro to even turn around. In the very same mirror he had crashed into, you see Aozaki's figure slowly approaching.
それと1階の奥にある出口は封鎖しといたから。結界じゃなくて物理的に。やりすぎて封鎖っていうより瓦礫？土砂崩れ？どっちでもいっか。とにかく下手に出口に近づくと崩落に巻き込まれるから。 生き埋めが嫌なら近寄らないことね。
The impending footsteps. Sojiro groped for the wall. He could see the stairs to the second floor. He did not understand what Alco meant earlier, but at least knew that the first floor was not going to save him.
ま、私としてはそっちのが助かるけど。形式上、事故死の方が後始末とか楽だから。
Behind him was a creature beyond words. She continued her idle taunting. She lifted her right arm ostentatiously. Even from above her clothes, one could see some kind of strange, incongruous pattern upon her body. The veins beneath her skin. They made it seem as though something inhuman was circulating her body. Whether out of pity or repulsion, Sojiro stopped for just a moment. His pursuer evaded his gaze.
ああ、これ？普段は塗り薬で隠しているんだけど、今日は特別。魔術刻印って言ってね、魔術師の証みたいなものよ。ほら、光が回ってるでしょ？これがさっきのスナップ。わかりやすく言うと弾丸の元。今日は調子いいし、私魔力を効率よく使うのだけは自信あるし。うん、あと30回ぐらいかな。
She was on an emotional high, where her voice had become frightfully friendly. The substance of the conversation could not have been any more unsettling, however.
そもそも何を言っているかよくわからないんだけど、青崎。
わからない？弾数はあと30発ってこと。そこまで逃げ切ればあなたの勝ちよ。とりあえず今日のところはね。
今日はって明日もあるのかな。
Sojiro knit his brows. Alco's expressions creased into a scowl at his behavior, although he was panicking. It seemed that deep down he still did not feel the full weight of the crisis. She knew he still didn't get it.
宣言はしたわ。自由時間はこれでおしまい。まだ罵り足りないだろうけど、ま、その手の時間はキリがないしね。この辺りで諦めて。
It appeared Alco had prepared this theatrical dialogue ahead of time, to allow her opponent time for futile pleading, but to give him the time to curse her, his kill. Such forthrightness was her modus operandi. With this victim, however, it was not going as she had hoped.
とにかくそういうことだから。じゃ、狩りの時間と行きましょうか。
Her voice was void of emotion, as ruthless as they bored into her prey. This time, Sojiro finally accepted that he was going to die. No, there's the autosave. Silent as the dead, it stepped into the remnants of a dream that had long since seen no visitors. There was no wind this night, soul to be seen. Still, it heard the echoes from within, clasped its hands together, and grinned. Its form, with hands clasped, resembled that of a budding tulip. The bearing of this artificial flower reflected in the cloudy mirror of the ticket attendant's office next to the gate. Next to it stood a display board, corroded by years upon years of rust. Number of visitors today. 2. Number of today. One had graffiti crudely scrawled atop one of the words. It was replaced with deaths. The record board had long ago fallen to disrepair. After taking a full 10 seconds to digest what it was looking at, it made its own revision. Number of visitors today, 3. Number of deaths today, 1. There's a third person. After appending this number with an index finger, she smiled like a flower. Then she began to walk towards the source of the sound. It had been 10 minutes since this rhapsody had begun to echo from the House of Mirrors. The amusement park's entrance returned to it as it was before, soulless. In the end, even if Sojiro had been the luckiest man alive, There was no way he could have been able to escape. The question, however, was how much of this was by design, and how much was sheer coincidence. Even Alco, who made all the arrangements, had no answer. Indeed, there were only 3 things she could say. It was taking longer than expected. It was putting up more resistance than she had anticipated. And that choosing the House of Mirrors had been a mistake. He had really screwed the pooch on this one. The location itself was an excellent choice, as the House of Mirrors was perfect as a hunting ground. But seeing her own incompetence reflected in the mirrors was beginning to grate on her. The moment Alco's right arm began to glow, Sojiro made a beeline for the staircase in front of him. A strobing series of blue flashes lit the room behind him. Hunter calmly followed her prey. The prey desperately ran for his life up the stairs.
注文通り。そうでなくっちゃお膳立てした甲斐がない。
Stark contrast to Sojiro's frenzied escape, Alco walked briskly up the stairs. He elected not to run after her prey in order to maintain a set distance. She lacked confidence in her accuracy. She would be the most challenged if Sojiro bull rushed her and went down fighting. At the distance of 30 or so feet, he posed no threat. By the time her prey drawed near, she could fire 10 shots and hit with at least 4 of them. Their positioning just a moment ago hadn't been ideal. At this distance, and space this open, there was a chance, well, small, that it could turn into a fistfight if he flanked and charged her. Currently, Alco's best weapon was the bullets in her right arm. If she was going to capitalize on that advantage, it was in her best interest not to close the gap between them. Though there was a good time to approach, it was only after her prey had become exhausted and lost the will to continue. She pierced his leg, shooting him in the back. Perhaps he'd just give up after losing himself in the labyrinth. The hunt would end when her target sustained some sort of injury and became unable to run. Sojiro's end, he could barely bite back from screaming as he bolted through the maze. Even running in a straight line had become difficult, much less searching for an exit. The corridor stretched out far before him, or so the mirrors blocking the path had made it seem. Panicked, he made a turn to the right. Clutching his head in his right arm, Sojiro led with his left, groping through the air to see whether a wall was there or not. He dove down the hall to the left, narrowly dodging bullets targeting his life. Each on by the sound of approaching footsteps, ran without thinking. This one was close. Getting closer would have meant his life. He caught the odor of burnt hair from the back of his neck. He was very lucky. Perhaps very unlucky. If he were actually lucky, he would not be in this situation in the first place. The second floor of the House of Mirrors was structured like a giant spiral. It wound left, starting from the outside wall. Eventually it would lead to a dead end. The more he tried to escape, the more cornered he would become, as though he were trapped in a twisted guillotine. Stifled screams threatened to leak out as complaints. No matter what he did, he was going to be killed. Struggling really served to belong to the inevitable. He ran. No matter how many mirrored walls he rammed himself into, even after crashing so hard that his forehead bled when he saw stars, he ran. Pain shot through him at every turn. The more frantically he ran, the more intensely he smashed into the invisible walls. His body began to understand this rule, begged him not to run anymore. His breath was already ragged, after sprinting a couple of 100 feet. No matter how he thought about it, this was not normal. This was way too crazy. This was all just a bad joke. If he turned around now, he would apologize to him for taking it too far. His mind had gone blank. As his body continued to slam into the mirrors again and again, his feet slowed as they began to believe it really was all a joke. Then, felt a chill, a touch of death upon his neck. would be an exaggeration to say that Sojiro knew this kind of terrible chill far too well. Ever since he arrived in the city, he'd come face to face with more than one or two near-death experiences. For someone who did not understand city life, his present predicament was not unlike when he experienced the traffic on the streets, the commuter rush on the station platform. He was far from an innocent babe, unable to comprehend life or fear. Everything he had ever known became irrelevant when he was flung into a completely different cultural. See you. Camera's dead, and my audio is about to die, so it's time to restart. Best timing, but I better restart here. Yeah, BRB guys. We'll save here though, just in case. Let's play something. While I'm at it, I'm just gonna go take a bathroom break too. Sorry, but heat's wrecked me, so yeah. BRB guys. Okay, I'm back. That thing is up. Jump right back into it. Okay, back. Audio. Was. Rather, everything he had ever known became irrelevant. He was flung into a completely different culture sphere. Even society's promises of safety, something urbanities took for granted, threats unknown. Though he was used to this already. But if he was to be honest, he was dissatisfied with something. Things superfluous to necessity. This world was overflowing with valueless things, and they were all dangerous in some way. Even the everyday necessities sold at the convenience store, as far as he was concerned, amazing tools. Civilization had raised the standard of living so high that it had numbed humanity's sense of danger. City's constant pursuit of wealth and convenience was a poison to a country boy like Sojiro. He did not have the capacity to accept these conveniences. That it was possible for such conveniences to easily, suddenly be misused and cause unintended accidents. This made him anxious. Okay. I have to wonder why he was even here. Took the real threat of death to finally make him realize. A divine revelation, but he'd failed to understand until now. He'd always had to expect the unexpected. His death experiences were more common than one might think. To begin with, safety was something that came at a price. Being alive meant that the opposite was always lurking around the corner. It's just like a street light at night. The sun rose, its illumination would naturally disappear. Of strange projectiles whizzed mercilessly by him. Caught in the back of his mind, the charred remains of someone at hands of a blue flame 2 nights prior. Somehow this situation reminded him of a horse being led by a dangling carrot. But now he lifted his head and continued to run through the labyrinth. For what purpose? His chest was very real. Felt disconnected from it. Night sky visible through the light skylight was a muddy ultramarine, resembling the one he knew. I managed to calm myself. Sojiro began to laugh in despair, as though something rather precious had been broken. Everything had become meaningless anyway. So, his legs somehow made their way forward, the sight of a reflection in the mirror. A game of cat and mouse. Sojiro fled through the labyrinth of mirrors. Then, after 4 minutes, that strangely unreal tension ended. A shot of blue light hit inches away from him. It exploded the moment it made impact, launching Sojiro into the opposite wall. Of all the fire he had taken thus far, this shot indisputably brought him the closest to death. Burning, he collapsed to the floor. His back was on fire with pain. He was not bleeding. I was lucky he could still even scream. Yet his body refused to move. Physically and mentally, he still had something to spare. The pain was not so bad that he couldn't get back up. It's just that there was a skylight above him, and he could glimpse the dark of the night sky beyond. The feeling that overcame him was a raw, selfish bout of grief. It's just so cruel. To have to stare at that for the remainder of whatever short life he had left. Sojiro's ragged breath slowed. For all intents and purposes, he'd given up. He had given up fleeing from the pursuing footsteps and perhaps even the root of all his problems.
まあ、青崎に殺されるならいいかな。
Sojiro Shizuki felt things that, in any other circumstance, he'd never feel. Oh, you're awake now. That wasn't a very long nap. Incidentally, without exaggeration or embellishment, this is the only mistake he had ever made in his entire life. Staring vacantly into the night sky above, Sojiro listened as the footsteps drew nearer.
ギブアップ
It's the closest her voice had ever been to him. Perhaps feeling that he really had given up, he approached his collapsed form. In a dark, mirror-lined corridor, he could not make out her expression. Without a word, Sojiro raised his eyes to meet his murderer.
返事がないならそれでいいけど。調子狂うわ。普通どうして殺そうとするのかぐらい聞くものじゃない？
Oko spoke from within the shadows. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Now that she had mentioned it, he realized that would have been the obvious question to ask. He had more or less picked up on the fact that he was being killed for learning some secret, but it's human nature to want to know more.
そっか。それは、そうなるな。
A simple affirmation. His face was a mixture of resignation and a forlorn longing. He thought for a moment before.
でも言う必要はない。聞きたくないんだ。
Responded in a mature, subdued voice. His response was clear, but gallantly slow.
そう。じゃ、殺すけど。死ぬの怖くないの？
怖いに決まってる。何より痛そうだ。
His face turned wry as he objected, to which Alco frowned. As nonchalant as he could be, he was honest about his feelings.
そりゃ怖いでしょ。私だって怖いと思うし。でも悪いわね。我慢して。人でなしと罵ってくれて結構よ。今の私は本当にその通りだから。そういった意味じゃあんたと同じ。普通の道徳がないのよ。だから必要なら人も殺せる。
Tojiro's finger twitched in response to her indifferent tone. As if to say that, despite having given up on just about everything, his body could not let those words slide. Quick, equip necromancy C.
人殺しなんて、良くないぞ。
But you know, he has guts, man.
分かってるって言ってるでしょ。
Oko raised her right hand. The light from the crest illuminated her face. It goes without saying that her expression was unchanged. She was not crying, nor was she smiling. She was a young woman who exercised her feelings. Deal with it was another thing Sojiro could not let slide. Sojiro could read on Alco's face that she was not herself. She was in pain, and to a degree he had never seen in her.
すまない。ちょっといいかな。
何？ここまで悲壮感を盛り上げておいて、やっぱり逃げるなんてのは却下よ。
Consciously smiled at Alco's ruthless counter and breathed a sigh of relief. He had misread the pain he saw in her face. This was the same Alco. Sojiro laughed out loud in genuine joy, a laugh that most other people would have taken as an insult.
遺言でも聞いてあげようと思った私が甘かった。っていうか、今の小馬鹿にした笑いがあんたの遺言ってことで OK？
いや、そうじゃなくて、あそこにいる人は青崎の友人なのか？
Out of nowhere, Sojiro pointed behind Alco.
はあ？
Alco thought that it must have been that overused distraction technique. If this had been a Japanese comedy act, this would be the part where she gave him a whack with a paper fan. After giving a second thought, she realized Sojiro didn't have the capacity for understanding old or even new tricks.
あんた、何言って。
His honest disposition had been to his benefit. Without thinking, Alco gave in to her curiosity and turned her gaze towards the direction which his finger had pointed. There. Something that should not have been there in the maze. Something with a creaking, wooden smile. It was the ominous, creepy, uncanny figure of a girl. It's the other mage and has been trying to kill her.
人形？
The puppet. An unusual figure with 2 arms and 2 legs stood silently in the darkness. but only for a moment. Its beauty, which was even apparent from afar, dulled the insanity of the current situation. Dend. The utterly unknown threat made Alco freeze on the spot. Avoiding it didn't even occur to her. Humans possess intelligence and knowledge. When confronted with the unknown, they fail to process what to do and... Shriek escaped Alco's mouth. A magical attack crossed the 30-foot gap in an instant. The arm of the girl, who had appeared at the rear of the corridor, was slender and quick. It extended to a near impossible length, striking Alco from behind. Alco crashed into the wall. She fought back in anguish to whimper. The attacker retracted her arm.
Aozaki!
Sojiro sprang to his feet. He darted to her side and used all the strength he could muster to get her to the feet. Did not believe how light she was. In Sojiro's mind, Alco was an extraordinary individual. He'd expected that if he were to ever touch her, it'd be apparent she was far stronger than he. In reality, he felt about as heavy as you would expect a 100-pound girl to feel. Meanwhile, that thing continued to reel in its arm, as if it were some sort of mechanism. Having extended more than 30 feet from the elbow joint, it clanked as it returned to its previous shape and size.
大丈夫か？
やめてよ。わからないわ。なんでそんな顔できるの？
Alco tore her hand away from Sojiro's. Suddenly, she felt her knees buckle from under her. Sojiro caught her before she could hit the ground, to her feet.
無理するな。で、あいつは知り合いか？
He looked back at the eerie shadow 30 feet away as it finished retracting its arm.
そうね。似たような奴とは命をせめぎ合った仲よ。
Alco grabbed her lower back. She answered. A searing pain shot through her.
痛いっちゃ痛いけど、打撲だけ。あれだけ絶好の奇襲をしておいて。それとも、この距離じゃ当たっても致命傷にならない。なんて、あるわけないか。何か別の意味があると見るべきね。
Alco tried to steady her breathing as she assessed the damage done to her back. The pain was quick to fade. Breathing returned to normal. For the time being, her motor functions were no longer hindered, which meant the real damage was elsewhere.
青崎、あれ。
分かってるわ。黙ってて。
It glowed across the gloom. Magical energy generated by her breathing was accumulating in her right arm. If magical energy was a fuel, the formula was the igniter. For Alco, this was little more than a reenactment of two things ago. Next time, Puppet extended its arm. Alco would fire a magical bullet as fast as she could. The battle at approximately 30 feet. As long as Alco could secure a 2-second window, she could create a counterattack to end the duel. It made its move. With its head tilted down, there's no expression to be seen, and in the darkness its apparent age was impossible to make out. To the two humans, the puppet was not dissimilar to a faceless ghost. Its left arm slowly came up with a grinding sound. Its movements were dull, as if the joints were rusty. The which had been extended earlier, at its side. Though the puppet's mouth was hidden by long locks, the sense was that it was smiling.
さっきと用途が違う。あれが本命。しずきくん、どいて。
She threw herself into Sojiro and extended her hand. Its arm extended at that very moment. The timing was impeccable. In a single second, a snap bullet scored a direct hit on the puppet's arm, throwing off its trajectory, sending it crashing into the puppet's body without a violent explosion. At least, that is what would have happened had the magic formula been invoked. She barely avoided being struck once again. Her ragecraft failed her. Tuition took over. She just managed to get away.
やられた。最初のはそういうことか。
She clenched her teeth in frustration, whilst racing a mile a minute. Fight or flight. One arm left. Will take time to retract. So just this line, it's actually translated differently, but Japanese it said, "He got me." So that's what her first move was. So it implies that the puppet's first move healed her magic, which this doesn't say. This was the best shot Alco had at defeating. If she could evade the right arm just a fraction, she could get close enough to him.
Vivo insum, solitaire futuris inferis. Ictius meus obitus dies, et meus nativus dies, Teobeam.
Slumber I live in dirt, I rot alone. Today is the day I died and was born. I come to you. Crackle echoed through the corridor. The poetic murmurs contained enough magical energy for a mage to perceive. The verse itself was Latin. They contained hints of the language of curses, Gander. Kind of interesting that they gave him a spell with a puppet. Red hair, blue eyes, kind of similar to Aqua. Yeah! I don't know if that's relevant, but it probably is. I wonder if that'll come up later. Originally, they were meant to curse a hated adversary. However,
Mea animae mortalis, otem me futura negata sunt. Manes sum, animam definire ambiguum est. Teodi et te am, conveniamus insomnio ipso.
life is immortal though my future was destroyed. My ghost, the definition of life is ethereal. Hey true, love you. It's me in a dream. The puppet was directing the words at itself. Curses beget curses. The victim calls down a curse upon the assailant, creating a vicious cycle of negativity. The incantation was meant to do just that. However, this was ultimately a one-puppet show. An unprecedented source of power akin to intoxication. As unbelievable as it seemed, the cycle of curses had been turned into a perpetual motion device.
何それレベル高すぎじゃない
Alco abandoned the idea of digging Ryozen. It's time to flee with all due haste.
何してんのあんたも来る
He grabbed Sojiro's hand and ran as fast as she could, deeper into the realm of mirrors. A crackling voice continued its murmuring behind them.
Proximi mich negligentes ferunt, omnes nos peccantes fuims, et omnes nos edem fuims, omnes nos peccatores sums. Venite domum meum, lut simile sum neum, et privere simile quotidianum, corporebo.
Neighbors neglected me. Innocent among us, we are all sinners. We are all sinners, welcome to my house. Die a muddy death, from dust to dust, gouge out my heart.
Te judico.
Death be upon you. What? This is the accurate translation. I don't understand it, so... Alco fought against the pain in her back. She ran through the mirrored corridor. She dragged Sojiro by the hand.
青崎、傷は
別に背骨がしびれてる程度よ内臓は平気だし出血もないみたい
He cursed inwardly at how much of a mess she felt though. Unlike Sojiro, Alco did not run into any transparent walls. Thanks not to spurious sight, but rather preparation, she had hammered the layout of the building into her memory.
平気ってわかるのか
そりゃ自分の体だもの身体管理は基礎中の基礎よ
This matter-of-fact answer contrasted with Sojiro's nervous questioning. The corridor grew shorter with each and every left turn. At first, they were able to advance at a straight line for about 100 feet at a time. By now, they were forced to turn a corner every 50 feet or so.
あいつはあの夜の
多分ね同じタイプだと思う貴重なオートマタを惜しげもなく使い捨てるなんてよっぽどお金持ちなんだろうけど
Sojiro furrowed his brows. He was grateful that she was answering his questions, but baffled by the strange words she was using.
青崎ストップ もう随分走ったぞ。あいつは曲がり角一つ分向こうだ。少し休もう。
Swear suggested that he was still concerned about her injuries. Alko shook her head in irritation.
あの距離を狙ってくる相手に通路一つ分のリードは無意味よ。せめて二つ分に行くまで走るの。
Sojiro nodded. That matter settled, he asked.
なんで俺を連れて行ってるんだ？
逃げられたくないからじゃない、バカ。
Answering curtly, Alko glared at her naive prey. Two of them headed for the next corner. Their legs began to slow as they rounded one more. Alko rubbed her back as she tried to catch her breath. But Alko had insisted that she was fine. It appeared to have been bravado. But then usually clueless Sojiro felt the desperation they were in. Stood behind Alko with his arms folded. They had a moment. He tried to make sense of everything. First, Alko had nearly killed him. He was saved at the least possible second. By the strange stretchy woman Alko had burned to ashes 2 nights prior. He could barely make it out that night. He considered it a her because it looked female. The woman's attack wounded Alko's back and forced her to flee. Alko had taken Sojiro with her, claiming that the reason she did so was to prevent her prey from escaping. In other words,
青崎はまだ諦めてないんだな。
当たり前よ。あんなやつ、仮に2体と半分始末しても、あんた用の余力は残せるわ。
Tone was sharp, but even Sojiro could see that she was struggling to stay confident. The damage to her body was too much to afford her any optimism. Still, the fury in her eyes refused to accept her circumstances.
中がところどころショートしてる。あの右腕は回路を混戦させるジャミングってわけね。
Though her proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear. She did nothing but shake her fists in anger. The disruption of formulae was only supposed to work on absolute beginners. If it had been her roommate, the arm would have been repelled the instant it hit her. The attack's circuits burned out rather than her own. Attempting to establish a link to the magic circuits of another mage was like presenting your heart on a silver platter. Be of no use in a battle against a superior mage. Yet her adversary had been designed to do just that. Coupled with the attacks on areas of Misaki under Alko's jurisdiction these last few weeks, it was a clear statement from the enemy that revealed itself as a fellow mage 2 days ago. In other words, Papa saw Alko as no threat at all.
敵ながら正確な判断だこと。
She was still angry. The moment of emotions within her started to fade. Face was that of a hunter far beyond her years.
なんか俺の時より真剣だな。
まあね、あんたの時は遊びが入ってたし。
Sojiro was not sure whether to be happy or sad at that.
わからないことだらけで何を聞いていいかわからないんだけど、一つだけいいか。
Alko didn't respond. Her eyes were focused on the darkness. Realize how insane this whole scene would be, creating characters inside a mirror maze. Man, the animation would be insane. Yeah, the mirrors! The mirrors would fuck everything up. Oh shit. You'd want, like, your photable to be doing this. Silence was heavy. Darkness was like a noose, heat closing in on them. But Sojiro continued in spite of her indifference.
青崎はあいつも殺すのか。
Stillness fell over them, as if the gloom was pulling them in. No response. Their breathing was the only sound echoing in the dim corridor. Stood Sojiro, forcing her to confront her sins, like a magician girl who continued to ignore him. Just taking the sweet time. Yeah. Too busy with Demon Slayer, you know? I spent a few seconds, seemingly frozen in time.
そう。それがあなたのキーワードみたいね。
Alko whispered in a lifeless tone. Sigh was tinged with both resignation and content.
何？
独り言よ。忘れて。 それと言っとくけど、あいつは人間じゃないわ。信じられないだろうけど、自分の意志で動く人形なの。この前のも今のやつもね。
Sojiro nodded as he processed the information. Did he not doubt her story? He seemed to have accepted it at face value.
なんか落ち着いてるわね、あなた。
まさか。もう何が何だかわからないから、あまり考えないことにしてるだけだ。ただ、人形に関しては別にどうということはない。
え、もしかして他でも自動人形を見たことあるとか？
ん？都会の人形ってああいうものじゃないのか？
It's a mountainboi. He doesn't know. She barely stepped herself from falling to her knees. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She was dealing with a bona fide, natural-born moron. As a student who transferred from the isolation of the mountains like an endangered species, whose utter lack of common sense rendered anything miraculous as mundane. If automobiles were moving hunks of metal, the moving poppers were nothing to write home about. Wait, that meant... To him, the incident from the other night hadn't been extraordinary at all. It might have even assumed it was an everyday occurrence in the city.
参った。いっぺん頭の中覗いてみたいっていうか、ほんと、ここまで来ると感心するわ。調子が狂うのも当然だった。普通は私に襲われた時点でもっと違う反応をするはずなのに。
Can't be a moron with that Sigma mindset.
化け物とか、お化けとかさ。でもあなたにとっては、そういうこともある。で済まされてたわけなんだ。なんかバカみたいね、私。
Strained face returned to normal for a moment. It'd been another way to handle this without anyone getting hurt. But the damage had already been done. There were no do-overs in life, nor should there ever be. Mistaken assumptions had sent this situation spiraling out of control. Now that Sojiro was involved, she had to make sure that her secret was safe with him. Even if there had been another, better option, that ship had sailed. Human relationships were ultimately driven by mutual misunderstandings. They were like tapestries, from mismatched intentions. Time was over. There stood Aoko Aozaki, Sojiro's Shizuki. The first ever idle conversation had come to an end, but they had a choice in the matter. It was the jarring murmur from around the corner that cut it short.
Nemo mev nus meminit, veduret extinct est. Initio eraberamos dom brevimus dolores sunt. Nemo adiuvat.
But he remembers my funeral. My mourners have long since perished. Born wrong, life is suffering. Somebody save me. The enemy was just around the corner, visible in the mirrors parallel to it.
悠長に話してる場合じゃないわね。とにかく今は距離を。
Fuck, they rebound. In contrast to Aoko's elegant blues, its lights were a malicious red.
感動打ち。
Momentary flash of light before she even extended her arm. The instant she saw the enemy, her dormant feelings erupted once more.
さっきから邪魔なのよ。
He channeled all of her pent-up anger and shunted it into her right arm. The fog that filled the corridor was no magical weaving, a barrier of raw energy. It was equivalent to setting ablaze 3 buckets of gasoline to create a wall of fire so it would stop an arrow in flight. If the puppet had attacked with its arm, it could have pierced such a wall easily, because it had loosed curves with no definite form. But energy repelled the attack. It was a huge waste of magical energy, so that means Aoko had to protect herself at that very moment. Fortunately, its protection was reserved for Aoko alone. Sojiro held his hand to his mouth. The curse had been weakened to the point where Aoko could no longer feel it. It had plenty of effect on Sojiro. It's not a mage. As if it understood this fact, Bob returned its gaze from Aoko to the unanticipated human behind her.
こいつは関係ないでしょ。
Enraged, he swung her arm forward once again. The blue light formed a wall to block the gander for a scant few seconds. enough of an opening to explode. Just as Alco was forming the wall, Hobbit pointed its right arm at her face and,
関係あるみたいだから逃げるぞ。
before the rocket of death could be fired, Sojiro scooped her up into his arms. How he mustered the strength to do so was a mystery, but he turned his back on the puppet and took up running. He was a nimble sprinter, resembling a deer leaping across obstacles. Sojiro rounded 2 more corners, ignored whatever complaints Alco was making, and eventually stopped in the middle of the 2nd floor. He set her down.
よし。ここまで来れば少しは休めるな。
Sojiro's shoulders heaved as he caught his breath. As light as she was, running around while carrying someone else to make anyone winded. She looked up at him in incomprehension.
こんな体力あったのに、なんで？
Made no sense though. If he had the stamina to pick her up and run, surely he could have stood up and escaped when he had been downed earlier.
ああ、あの時は諦めてたから。
His words were unfiltered as ever. Though right then, fighting for their lives, it lacked some of its usual absent-mindedness.
諦めてたってどうして？
さあ、忘れた、そんなことは。
He may have turned away because he regretted saying it aloud. His words spoke volumes. For some reason, it pained Alco to see him like that.
それより青崎、唐突に気分が悪いんだが、あの赤い光も、その。
ええ、魔術の類よ。岩洞打ちって言ってね。北欧の呪詛の一つ。魔術回路のある私には効かないけど、抵抗のないあなたには効果てきめんみたいね。
なんだ、青崎には効かないのか。じゃあ、危ないのはあの腕だけだな。
Alco had no idea why he was relieved. She gritted her teeth and fought down the urge to snap at him. There was no use in yelling at the time like this. Above all, he thought that it would have been petty in the extreme to voice her annoyance right now.
そうね。注意するのは伸ばしてくる腕だけ。大した相手じゃないわ。やっ。
This time it was not false bravado. Frustrating enemy would normally be a breeze for Alco Alzaki, but her shameful negligence had led to the disruption of her magic circuits, making her even less formidable than her enemy. At this point, Alco had no way of attacking. The only option left was to wait for it to expend all its magical energy. But its perpetual curse mechanism made that non-starter. This game of tag would not end until one of them was dead. She realized that she was in the same position she had cornered Sojiro in earlier. She glanced at her right arm. She could not imagine how she had gotten into such a mess, with her magical energy at more than half its capacity. It's sad to be calmer for having enjoyed toying with Sojiro earlier.
呆れた。いるところにはいるものね、神様って。
She grumbled under her breath as she shifted her focus. She had the fuel for her fire, not the igniter. And that killing machine would chase her until the end of time if need be. What she should be doing next was blindingly clear. She had to get back to normal.
青崎、
ごめん、考え事してた。確か。よし、合ってる。しずきくん、そこに横道あるのわかる？
Alco pointed, but you could see nothing but the walls of the corridor. For one thing, the floor had nothing but left turns. Alco was pointing to the right.
2階は中心まで行くと1階に降りる階段があるんだけど、それは私が壊したから使えないの。けど、ここの作りも意地が悪くてね。よく見れば、右に曲がる通路もあるのよ。上級者だけにわかる抜け道ってやつ。あとは注意して探せば、1階の階段までショートカットできる。悪いけど、一人で行って。
Alco turned her back to Sojiro and started walking. Walking in the opposite direction of the escape route, down the long corridor towards the puppet in pursuit.
あいつは無差別だから、ここで壊さないといけない。魔術師は、魔術師同士で争うのはいいんだけど、みだりに一般人に手を出しちゃいけないって決まりがあるの。あいつの目的は私のわけだし、結果がどうあれ、すっきりするでしょ。
If Alco won, the puppet would be destroyed. If Alco lost, its objective would be complete, and it would shut down. Either way, going their separate ways would mean Sojiro survived. This is what Alco meant. She explained it as if the events were happening to two totally different people.
運が良ければ入り口までたどり着けるわ。それじゃあ、また明日ね。
The soldier could tell she was just trying to act off. She had already disappeared around the corner by the time he thought to stop her. Hey, first Dylan, what's up? You know.
さて。
Mentally, Alpha bemoaned the disaster she was in. The quality of this puppet was on a completely different level compared to the one from the park 2 days ago. An auto-encanting perpetual motion machine was a rarity in and of itself. But this puppet was also equipped for battle, with its extending arms and gander projecting crystalline eyes. It was a first-class product that, if put on the market, would sell for hundreds of millions of yen. But that was only when factoring in its value as an antique. For the purposes of combat, it would have made more sense to mobilize a significantly less expensive familiar. To use such a precious commodity as a tool for murder marks this puppet's master as a completely different breed of crazy the enemies she'd faced up till now. I'll see you later, Ipan. Thanks for joining. What time is it? It's 11:30. Okay.
Vivo insomne, solitare putresque uniferis. Ictius mers obitus dies, et mers nativus dies. Theoberum.
No translation this time. I want to at least finish this scenario when they like get back to normal or ending
来
today.
たわね。
Sound of a crackling music box filled the area. The automata, animated by its own curses, approached. The corridor measured approximately 30 feet. The car lay in wait around a corner further down the hall, anticipating the puppet's appearance. This was not to buy Sojiro time to escape. Far from it. Aoko had concluded that she couldn't make a break for it under the current circumstances. Even if she did try to escape, it's a miracle out of the House of Mirrors. This was as far as she would go. Outside with no cover, Aoko would quickly be overtaken and skewered from behind. As long as her magecraft was disabled, escape was impossible. Instead, she chose to force the enemy back. The situation was not the most favorable, but neither was the puppets. This narrow hall gave Aoko no place to run. It in turn prevented the puppet from reaching full speed. That was the weak point of this machine. The automata of its era had a tendency to struggle with minute changes in speed.
セット。
She flowed energy into her shorted circuits. Blood flow and magical energy supply were unstable. It would be difficult to construct a formula in this state. All she could do was harden her right arm by imbuing it with as much energy as she could. Doing so turned her arm into an improvised weapon, like a hammer or bat. Assuming she could manage to get into close combat range, this was the best she could do. What she needed now was a plan of attack. The question wasn't what weapon to use the weapon she had. The simplest way would be to use the mirror's reflections to hide and rush the puppet from its blind spot, except for one major problem. It did not have a sense of sight in the first place. The puppet's view of the world around it did not stem from visual feedback, but from mapping the topography of its surroundings. In theory, it was the same as a bat's echolocation. The environment could be measured based on the emission and return of high-frequency sound waves. This chance served as a sense of pulses. As far as the puppet was concerned, the mirrors were no better than transparent panes, making even the thought of an ambush laughable.
近づけば近づくほど、よりリアルに察知される。本当は遠距離からの狙撃が最適なんだけど、ガンドを撃ってくるなら、フィンの一撃ぐらい隠してるわよね。
Gander was Scandinavian in origin, and considering its simplicity, highly versatile. It was most effective at impairing a target's health by pointing a finger. As a single-action magecraft, it was limited to only causing illness, but there was a secret technique said to be the greatest mastery of Gander shot. Thin shot. It could do more than cause simple illness. It was a deadly curse that could stop the heart. Moved on her back set her nerves on fire. An unarmed girl and a deadly automaton. It was clear that she was the one destined for death. She considered her slim chances of survival when The vision sent chills down her spine. Quietly, using everything she could to clamp down on the feeling, Alko faced her all too familiar illusion. She clenched her teeth to keep them from making a deafening clatter. But there, the sensation of fingers crawling up her neck. Behind her, the spectre stared and laughed. This alone made Alko want to bolt. On top of it all, when Alko tried to mentally stimulate the incoming fight, she estimated a 2 in 10 chance of dying in the first 5 seconds. 20%. At times, her predictions were harsher than reality. If Alko fought the puppet 10 times, he would die twice. She could not stop herself from visualizing her own corpse. She imagined herself collapsing, crumpling under the puppet's curse. Fireballs swollen like a blowfish, blood and other fluids oozing from every bodily orifice. 1 in 5. 1 in 5. 1 in 5. 1 in 10 chance of death was bad enough. 1 in 5? Drove her crazy. Alko forced down her heart as it tried to escape from her mouth. Taking in a deep breath, she peered at her own reflection. She thought back to that white night half a year ago. This, she decided, was nothing compared to that. 6 months ago, the Kuanji estate. The hound of white roses, wonder snatch that appeared from within the thick fog, had killed Alko 100 times out of 10.
Me anima emrutaris, otem eftura negata sunt. Manes sum, animam definire ambiguum est.
A dark curse shattered Alko's daydream. It was only 30 feet away. Puppet rounded the corner. Either side stood in the shadows, forms indistinct. Puppet gave no warning. Without preamble, it swiftly fired a Gander barrage. Just as Alko planned, the curses fizzled out as they hit her mist-like magical energy. The protection would only last a few seconds, giving her just enough time to. The stretchable spear sprang towards Alko's face.
Bingo!
Lethal weapon grazed her cheek. Her experience analyzing puppet attack patterns gave her the wherewithal to evade the attack by a hair's breadth. There was one thing if a puppeteer was pulling the strings, but autonomous dolls had their limitations. Alko had bet everything on this killing machine following a predefined template. Puppet will use a given attack for a given range. She could adjust her tactics to that.
いけるこのまま
Before its arm had a chance to fully retract, he charged the puppet. It was a risky gamble. Overall chances were slim to begin with. Scales tipped in her favor. If her predictions were correct, there were 2 ways she would die. It was from a fin shot fired at that range. And the other. The other was if the puppet's attack pattern was beyond her ability to foresee. Instantaneous mass transfer. It's known as mass displacement. Immediately after Alko dodged the puppet's arm, something smashed into her abdomen. The collision from its shoulder felt like a rocket. Where had the ability to propel stuff come from? Puppets like this were not built to have the ability to jet around like that. Doing everything in her power to stay conscious, despite of the pain. Alko could just make out what had happened.
今の推進力じゃなくて牽引力
Puppet's arm had not returned to its body. It was lodged in the wall and reeled itself from the other direction.
そんなのありか
Rolling her eyes, she hastily pulled herself back up. Her abdomen, specifically her diaphragm, had been dealt a significant blow. The attack left her disoriented. Thankfully, the puppet was surprisingly lightweight. Her bones and organs were intact, and she had sustained no life-threatening damage. She was having a hard time breathing, however. She was shaking, but she managed to keep her calm. In another 2 seconds, she'd be back on her feet. That was 2 seconds too long. She told herself to calm down, but she was already calm. She'd only briefly lost her bearings. She was fine. She could recover her breath and her vision later, if only her body would move.
Intellectus non necessarius est, quis quiescat. Un nostro recente abulat fit. Ratio fix tantum est. Dolores nicium cerebrum fit.
However, Alco could hear the warped noise of a powerful force.
足動けでもどっちに行けば
He could once more feel the tough choke death.
Is salvatio, is salvatio, is salvatio.
Grant us salvation, grant us salvation, grant us salvation. Puppet was so close that Alco could reach out and touch it. That also meant that he could reach out and kill Alco.
こいつの右腕の死角に入れる
Tuition alone, Alco rolled over the puppet's right flank. His arm was still embedded within the wall. From here he could not attack. She had made the right decision. Dizziness faded.
Intellectus non necessarius est, quis quiescat. Un nostro recente abulat fit. Ratio fix tantum est. Dolores nicium cerebrum fit.
Cast off righteousness, lay piety to rest. Beasts are meant to consume each other. This better declaration. Throw away your intellect, main powers the mind. Alco pulled herself back up. It was her turn. It was only an instant. Within this labyrinth of mirrors, she saw an image of herself,
Is salvatio.
dying. A blinding, brilliant light flashed. Serrations appeared across the walls. At the last moment, Alco managed to thicken the magical energy running through her veins into a primitive form of magecraft resistance. It just barely saved her life from what must have been the puppet's ace in the hole. The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Alco. This powerful curse was not satisfied with stopping Alco's heart, destroying her entire being. Alco did not even have the time to be shocked. This was a chance for a counterattack. The puppet's balance was unsteady, its right arm still embedded in the wall. Alco prepared to give its defenseless body a strong kick. But her knees buckled and she collapsed into a heap on the floor.
Vego in somno, solitare putres quiniferis. Ictius meus obitus ties, et meus natibus ties. Theobeam.
In slumber I live, dirt I rot alone. Today as I died, spawn, come to you. Sudden nausea and a lightheadedness overcame Alco. Her body temperature began to rapidly lower.
しまこいつ呪いをばらまいてるんだった
He noticed too late. Puppet's curses circled the hall. The cursed chant that the puppet used as a source of power doubled as a defense mechanism, crippling those who drew with the illness. She bore the full brunt of the entire time she was in close proximity to it. Alco had magic circuits. She was succumbing just as Sojuro had. Languidly, she forced the deteriorating body to jump back.
負けるか
With all the energy she could muster, she forced her way past the exhaustion caused by the curse. However, Alco's blood pressure took a steep nosedive, not from the curse-induced anemia, from what appeared in front of her. They stood in perfect harmony. In front of Alco was the automata that shared her face, its left arm held out like an arrow. Deadly weapon shot forward and honed in on her heart. Then a moment before I made contact,
危ない。
when she heard the fearless voice, completely out of place in the storm of violence, Alco's body was pulled forcefully to one side. Once again, the extending arm cut through empty air. While the puppet quickly retracted its left arm, Sojuro took the brief opportunity to take Alco by the hand and flee at full speed. Sojuro ran through the corridor as fast as he could, only stopping when he had put enough distance between them and the puppet.
その、考えてみると、
Saved her, she looked angry rather than grateful. This did not keep Sojiro from saying his piece.
明日はどうも忙しいみたいなんだ。
Words, let's finish this today. A rather awkward proposal. Alco remained silent. He was also rather angry that she could figure out what made him tick. Not because he'd returned after escaping. Not even because he was spouting his typically airheaded lines. It was, she supposed, that instant. The fact that when he grabbed her hand, her mind had gone completely blank, Alco found it unforgivable. Which beckoned the response.
あなた、正気？
In the heat of the moment, she blurted it out before she could stop herself.
それとも自殺願望でもあったわけ？私もあいつも、あんたなんか殺す対象に過ぎないのよ。少なくとも、恩を売る相手じゃない。言っとくけど、私、助けられたぐらいで曲がる信念は持ち合わせていないから。
Sojiro nodded, clearly unperturbed.
青崎がそんな可愛らしいもんじゃないのは、この夜だけで骨身に染みてるよ。
She found herself slightly offended.
けど君は勘違いをしてるから、少し正そう。あいつの狙いは青崎だけじゃない。君だけじゃなく、俺も殺す気だと思う。
He was having none of it. He shot daggers his way.
話は最後まで聞く。どうしてかっていうと、1階の入り口あるだろ？あの細長い通路。なんでかあそこから先に進めないんだ。逃げたくても逃げ出せなくて、仕方なく戻ってきた。
Alco's eyes widened ever so slightly in amazement. She felt admiration and shock that her enemy would go to such lengths.
それに、さっきので完全に敵扱いされた。あの人形、こっちをじろっと睨んできたし。いや、一瞬でよく見えなかったけど、生きた心地しなかったな。青崎も気をつけた方がいい。多分よっぽど怖い顔をしているに違いないぞ、あれ。
He's saying that without realizing it has Alco's face.
それはご親切にどうも。
うん。なんでこれはもう他人事じゃないんだ。青崎と人形。結論として、どっちが勝っても俺は殺されてしまうんじゃないか？
そうね。そこまでやってるなら、目撃者は消すでしょうね。私みたいに。
だろ？でも、俺はあいつには殺されたくない。
え？
His words were decisive. As Alco looked up at him, you could swear he was trying to encourage her. It was then that she realized. Sojiro was looking even worse than before.
ちょっと待って。大丈夫なの？あなた。
まあ、醤油を一升瓶飲むよりはマシではないかと。
He tried to make light of the situation, but his forehead was clearly drenched in sweat.
そうか。さっき人形に近づいたから。
How could he possibly be able to withstand a curse that made even Alco nauseous? She bit her lip, annoyed at herself for not noticing this earlier. Sojiro was such an airhead that she hadn't even paused to consider his plight.
下で隠れていようとか思わなかったの？その方がどう考えても安全でしょ？
He really could not understand him at all.
それは青崎が言うセリフじゃないな。でもまあ、長話をしている時間もない。そろそろ追いついてくる頃だ。
He turned to look down the corridor. The crackling sounds of a music box could be heard creeping forth from the darkness.
さっき1階にいて考えたんだ。君がやられても俺は殺される。なら、まず奴をどうにかするべきだ。
あなた、何が言いたいの？
He asked a question to which she already knew the answer. She did it to put him to the test. If he wavered even a little, she would have killed him where he stood.
提案。あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
助けられたぐらいじゃ信念は曲げないって言ったでしょ？それに、 あなたに何ができるっていうの？
それは青崎が考えてくれ。得意だろ、そういうの。
Commander who had the overall picture was responsible for delegating roles to the teammates. It was futile to depend on someone who was unable to grasp the situation, evaluate enemy strength. Sojiro was proud to share that he knew this. He spoke the truth. Alko was the only one who knew both Sojiro and the automata. That was why he pointed out that following her orders was the best of his ability. It was the only thing he could do. It seemed as though Sojiro had surrendered his capacity for self-thought. Accepting that he was helpless, he was in fact giving Alko his complete trust.
じゃあ、私の指示に 100% 従うってこと？
ああ。それに、これは恩とか義理の話じゃない。一人だと分が悪いから二人でかかるだけだ。善意でも好意でもない。取引って言わないか、こういうの。
His eyes sparkled, as if this was bartering in its truest form.
まったく。
This child must have learned that from Torumaru, Alko thought. But she refused to let him see it. She smiled inwardly. Sure, he had gotten the best of her just now, but there were times when defeat was not the worst outcome in the world.
労働と報酬ってわけね。それなら理にかなってる。うん。言いたくないけど。
He relaxed her shoulders and sighed. Her face cracked into a wicked grin, as if her fears had suddenly washed away.
それ、結構私の好みよ。
Alko repaid Sojiro's trust in equal measure.
結構きついかもね。あなたの役目。
Alko warned Sojiro, moving as fast as she could without her footfalls, causing a din of noise. Sojiro remained near the center of the spiral maze on the second floor.
実を言うと、もう一つ用意しておいた仕掛けがあるの。自分でもやりすぎだって呆れたもんだけど、あなたがここに来るのが遅かったから。ちょっと興に乗っちゃって。
ん？仕掛けって俺用の？
Sojiro tilted his head like a squirrel as Alko freely discussed the final ace up her sleeve.
地下の柱に着火型のちょっとした魔術式を刻んでおいたの。中心の柱に点火することで連鎖的に他の柱に仕掛けた魔術も起動する。ジャミングを食らう前に作ったものだから直接魔力を叩き込めば一気にこういくわ。
Sojiro was a little unsettled by how unclear that last bit was.
青崎、こうじゃわからない。できるだけ明確にどこまで爆破する気だったのか白状してくれ。あと、もしかして俺早まったか？
いや、単なる保険っていうか、追いかけっこの途中であんたを見失ったらいっそ建物ごと爆破しちゃおうかなって。
It's her policy to be thorough through a fault, after all. She laughed, embarrassed to hear herself say it aloud.
いくらなんでも徹底しすぎてる。
Faced with Alko's cruelty, Sojiro forgot about the situation at hand and protested from the bottom of his heart.
何よ、いいじゃない。そのおかげでなんとかなりそうなんだから。
He shot back. Alko dashed down the corridor, mumbling things that probably would have sent Sojiro packing if he had heard them. The strategy was simple. Alko would use the escape route to the right, and avoid the puppet while making her way down to the basement. Upon reaching the central pillar, she would infuse the formula she had prepared with magical energy and escape. Once ignited, it would take about a minute for the chain reaction to spread throughout the whole house of mirrors, about a minute for the building to collapse. It would be cutting it a little close, but because she had committed the maze to memory, she was sure she could make it out in time. Alko assumed that the chain reaction caused by the pillar would clear the barrier that the puppet had placed at the entrance. And even if it was strong enough to withstand the blast, it would not be able to stay standing once the foundations buckled. Sojiro's escape was assured as long as the formula in the basement was activated. Next came the most important part. The automaton was at a disadvantage in the obstacle-laden house of mirrors, and was unable to move at full speed. If it was near the center of the second floor when the building collapsed, it be caught up and crushed by it. So the problem was keeping the puppet on the second floor until Alco could make it down to the basement.
当てにしたからね、しずきくん。せめて3分ぐらいは引きつけて。
Ideally, he'll be able to keep it busy until she could activate the formula. If that failed to work, him luring it down to the first floor will be the next best thing. He understood perfectly well the danger she was putting Sojiru in, but his lucky streak and running speed were nothing to scoff at.
ただ逃げるだけなら、もしかして、とんでもないことをしてくれるかも。
Alco made her way through the hidden passage of the maze, hopes pinned on Sojiru. Well, via shot, Sojiru was readying himself for another desperate chase. He calmed his beating heart, using a method of his own making. What mattered most was that he remained calm. The plan was simple enough. And Alco's orders were succinct and easy to understand.
10メートルぐらいの距離を保って、できるだけゆっくり通路を3、4周すること。横道は鏡のつなぎ目で覚えて。ここなら左回りで、6、3、7、2枚目にあるから、そこをぐるぐる回ってれば比較的安全よ。
It's essentially a looping marathon. As long as Sojiru kept just enough distance from the puppet's extended arm to allow her to track him, he could continue to chase him indefinitely. Simple though the task was, Sojiru was putting his life on the line as a bait. And then there was the final order to run as fast as he could to the exit when the building began to sway.
結構じゃなくて、かなりきついんじゃないかな、これは。
He nervously stuck his head out from around the corner. He could hear the sound of the music box from the other side of the corridor. First, he had to make eye contact with it, then head through the shortcut on the right, and begin their game of tag. He spotted it and braced himself. Closer, closer. Fearing that her arm could fly at him at any moment, he read over Alco's instructions in his head.
あれ
However, he could not quite remember which pane led to the first floor hidden passage. The third, sixth, ninth? He was sure that it was mistaken. He was confident he had memorized it moments ago, but his nerves had gotten the best of him, and his head was now spinning. Yeah. Sojiru realized that the sound of his pursuer was beginning to grow distant. I'm just gonna scroll up real quick just to see if I can remember it myself. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to remember it. Count the mirrors as you move to locate the hidden passage. From here, they are 6th, 3rd, 7th, and 2nd mirrors counterclockwise. Okay. 6th, 3rd, 7th, and what? Second. Sojiru realized that the sound of his pursuer was beginning to grow distant. At an incredible speed. Holy fuck, what the... Oh shit!
何
The ridiculous silhouette of the puppet astonished him. Before it had taken the form of a beautiful girl. Now it made a bizarre transformation. He turned to the first floor to pursue her primary target. Oh!
いや、それは。
It's chasing Alco. Sojiru was no longer sure what to do. Before he'd even time to mourn his failure, the puppet had vanished out of sight. What helps to let me go? So he had said, but now he could not follow through.
さて、自分はこれからどうしよ
Well, okay. Alone, he tilted his head in frustration. He spoke into the darkness as if Alco would be there to answer him. Downstairs, as soon as she arrived on the first floor, Alco understood what had transpired above her. You don't even have to strain your ears to hear the puppet. Even during its heyday, this attraction had never made sounds like the one she had heard coming towards her now. It was a sound of despair, as if a horde of monstrous hedgehogs were scraping their way past the mirrors in her direction.
あ、もうどっち3分どころか10秒持たないってどういうことよ。
Rather than buying her time, Sojo had instead stolen those. He had one job, to run away. That was all. He cursed him under his breath.
複数の足音ってことは二足から多脚に切り替えたのね。
Chris made it sound like dozens of feet were approaching. Oka's mind conjured an image of a giant six-legged spider tearing its way down the corridor. It's little wonder that it was so much faster than before. Its perception of its surroundings through echolocation was of particular use in the dark. Compared to tech-dependent humans, this automaton was far better equipped to navigate its way through a labyrinth of mirrors. Though it could not keep pace earlier, that being because its bipedal mode had made it less maneuverable. Its ability provided multiple legs, gave it a speed that far exceeded that of any human.
どうするどうする
Thoughts spun out as she tried to come up with a plan B. What she knew for sure was that this was a pivotal moment. If she continued standing still, she had seconds left at most. Even in her current state, she knew she could easily neutralize the bandit field blocking the entrance without casting a spell. All she had to do was feed a little of her own energy into it. Uncle could sprint with all her might for a little more than 3 minutes. But had far more stamina than she did. She could only come up with 3 options. First was to escape through the exit in front of her. Second was to hide somewhere on the complicated first floor. Third was to run into the basement and be stuck like a rat in a trap.
なんだ考えるまでもない。
He made a decision with zero hesitation. Being her stiff legs again, determined strength. The coming storm was most upon her. Resolved firm, she turned and ran, descending into the darkness. Going to the 3rd floor? Finale should be glorious. It's to be the Mirror Castle's final scene. 2 humans and a puppet. A young sorceress ran towards the subterranean heart of the castle. Autonomous antique chased its prey into the depths of a demonic dungeon. A bit later, faint blue charge would ripple through the castle. This was the main pillar in the deepest depths of the basement. Though not critical to the castle's structure, the pillar was a visible symbol of it. The girl concentrated her magical energy into a fist and thrust it at the pillar. This was the blow that would bring down the castle. She imagined the destruction as she threw a punch, and that scene blossomed into reality seconds later. It was simple ignition magecraft meant to release the condensed magical energy engraved into the 4 pillars at the corners of the structure. Using electricity as a switch meant virtually instantaneous activation. It happened swiftly and elegantly. Hammer of destruction descended upon the castle of dreams that had stubbornly resisted its fate for 2 years. It's almost a joyous sound. So the lifeless and abandoned castle mirrors set the stage for its final and most spectacular performance. Oka's magical energy had become an electrical charge that activated the Magecraft formula, engraved into the pillar. A chain reaction would lead to the castle's destruction.
ご苦労様。でも思ってたよりくたびれてたのね。これじゃあ1分持つかどうか。
The plaza in the center of the basement. Ko tried to steady her breathing while rotating her magic crest at full speed. He wreathed her arms in blue light, fully aware that she could no longer activate her another formula. Labored breathing refused to settle. She stood at the center of the basement. Without being spotted even once, she had managed to make it all the way to the central pillar. It was a 100-meter dash in 13 seconds flat, undoubtedly a new personal best. She spurred on her weakened heart, knowing full well that the fate that waited her.
入れば追ってくる。地下に行けば逃げられない。当然よね。最後まで逃げ回ろうなんて虫のいい話だった。
Hindsight was 2020. The castle was only a minute away from collapsing completely. If they stayed here, they would both be crushed by the rubble. The puppet certainly did not care. No life from the throne. Its sole concern was the elimination of its target, called Awazaki. Indeed, the enemy had been willing to die from the start. She resented her own lack of resolve. It wasn't like her to tuck tail and run from her opponent, but didn't fear death.
Vivo insomnia, solitare putoresque inferis. Ictius meus obitus dies, et meus nativus dies. Teobeam.
Slumber I live, in dirt I rot. Today is the day I died and was born. I come to you.
そもそも自爆覚悟じゃないあれ。6足歩行とフィンの一撃は使いすぎよ。もう呪詛による魔力補給じゃ間に合わない。
Such a perpetual motion device was only as good as its ability to regulate its energy consumption. Using so many functions at once meant it was burning through fuel quickly and losing its ability to process the curses that powered it. It was using up all of the functions it had been given to achieve its aim. This was the pride of a tool, if such things could have ego. Those endowed with sentience could never hope to understand. A beast born to do nothing but run away, burn any human, face its resolve.
ほんともったいない。こういう無茶をするのは姉貴だけかと思ってたけど、いるところにはいるもんね。
Akko did not intend to sacrifice play here. She respected her adversary now, and she was done regretting her choices. There was no time to waste.
行くわよ。ここできっかり。
Akko had every intention of paying it back double done to her. The energy Akko had accumulated exploded out of her leg. He aimed for a single thing, head-on attack. He responded with a lethal curse that reached for her heart like a set of talons. Coming with power, it meant to rend Alko's heart and burn itself in the process. As soon as she saw it, Alko kicked the floor as hard as she could. Her long hair swirled through the air as she flipped aside. This lateral move almost sent her tumbling to the ground. The quick swing of her arm allowed her to regain her balance. A shot grazed her arm, the curse scorching her left shoulder. She did not flinch. Akko knew she could hold on as long as she continued to avoid a direct fin shot.
スナップ。
Balanced and in pain, it took her half a second to recover. The moment she raised her head, she reflected the attack with a fist full of magical energy.
せーの。
The puppet had a will of its own. Its eyes would have popped right out of its sockets. Been floored, shocked at the strong will that allowed this girl to perform a series of moves like this.
クラック。
Alko's response was instantaneous. But power was not sufficient to completely redirect the arm's trajectory. It's just enough to deflect it harmlessly past her head.
Initio eraberamus dum bigimus dolores sunt. Nemo aduvat, nemo aduvat, nemo aduvat.
It was all a mistake. It should have never been born. Turn for me, turn for me, turn for me. The chant became a curse that robbed Alko of her vitality. Did it still have something left in the tank? Or was it actually indignant? Whatever the reason, Alko was easily able to resist its weak and defensive maneuver. And her right leg, pulsing with magical energy, shot up to her puppet's chest from below. It was much lighter than Alko anticipated. He felt little resistance. Automaton's weight was determined by its internals, the size of its power source. Quickly, the superiority of its music box engine will prove to be downfall.
Venite, venite, venite. Meum sepulchrum, venite.
Come to my grave. Stuttering curse. Having taken the full brunt of Alco's kick, the puppet bounced from ceiling to floor, collapsing in a heap. Its internal construction had been warped by the impact. The drum of the music box that powered the puppet warped as well.
恨むなら設計者を恨みなさい。ダイナモの一つでも積んでいれば、もうちょっとは重たくなったでしょうに。で、
The ceiling came crashing down in front of Alco, snapping her back to her senses.
ところで今、どうやってぶっ倒したんだろう。
She was so stunned by her own victory that she forgot the house of mirrors had already begun to collapse.
こっちのがやばかった。
It's not time to relish in her victory, pity her opponent. She wanted to meet the same fate. As the situation stood, she found it hard to imagine getting out alive.
急げ、ダッシュだ私。
She clapped herself on the cheeks to motivate herself anew. This was her bounty for finishing their battle in a matter of seconds. Breath ragged with the segment, Alco ran for the exit. Collapse was intensifying by the second. Having lost its support pillars, the castle was buckling under its own weight.
この邪魔。
Escaping from the basement was proving to be no easy task. While she was taking the shortest route possible through the maze, she was nearly crushed by a falling piece of ceiling along the way. This was the second time. Third. She had to deal with the fallen rubble along its way. She destroyed the debris on the stairs with magic bullets as she ran. Its automaton's jamming had long since worn off. The earlier attack had damaged the vast majority of its functions. Alco's breathing was heavy as she ran. Desperation sparked her brain into overdrive. The ceiling seemed to be collapsing in slow motion. Light seemed to flash before her very eyes. Each second stretched into 5. Her frayed nerves made it hard to tell the time. Debris riddled throughout the stairway, forcing her to crawl it up. Well, upward. She emerged from the destroyed basement into this collapsing first floor. But the plaza was still traversable at all. It was a miracle in itself. Unfortunately for her, the crucial path to the exit was still intact.
よし、ついてる。
The corridor to the entrance was still intact. The basement maze only extended as far as the plaza, but the entrance corridor wouldn't collapse. The ceiling would cave in, leaving the scaffolding surround intact. She got herself this far by telling herself repeatedly that fate would decide whether or not she reached the plaza. The gamble paid off. It was a lucky day. All she had to do was muster the last of her strength and keep moving forward until... She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Was it naivety? A sense of responsibility? She pushed aside the image that popped into her head, continued running down the corridor.
言っとくけど、時間合わせの余裕はないわよ。そんな上等な作戦じゃないし。お互い、できることをやったら最速で出口に向かいましょう。
It was 5 minutes ago. At the time, Soldier had nodded with trepidation. Alco had not bothered to ask herself why.
何様だっての私。今は走ることだけ考えろ。
This corridor was giving out too. She would look back, she was sure she would see the building collapsing in on her. She was also sure she had no time to waste doing so. Luck was fading as fast as the building's structural integrity. It was a small miracle that she had escaped serious injury up to this point, and she could not afford even the slightest slip-up. A sprain, a balance, or even a sneeze would be fatal. A simple pat on the back was enough to end it. But naturally. Still there! What the fuck? There it was, clear as day. From the detritus of the stairway, death had arisen to take her down with it. The corpse had crawled its way up from the depths of hell itself. It was still operational. And it was still armed with curses. It crawled after her, watching as Alco desperately tried to save herself. The puppet's arm shot forward. Alco did not turn to meet it. You could see its reflection in the mirrors.
E salvato, e salvato, e salvato, e salvato.
Stand. This time she could not dodge it. There was absolutely nothing she could do. Papa with her face sank.
Venit domine,
Right, you.
lut simile somne,
Udaya Malida.
et pulvere simile quotidiano,
Calmness whispering dust.
por prego,
Gouge out your heart.
te iudico.
Death be upon you. For a moment she could not believe her eyes. It was the last thing she'd expected to see.
しつこいぞお前。
Fierce expression adorned the face of a boy who had been waiting in the plaza as he smashed the puppet's outstretched arm. Anger really did not suit him at all. His weapon of choice was a fire extinguisher. He must search the maze for something to use as a weapon. Never mind that. It was too crazy to contemplate. As he stayed behind for her. Akko stopped the feet she had sworn would never stop moving. Extended her hand out to him.
そんなのほっといていいから早く
Kojiro tossed the fire extinguisher aside and took off running. Pieces of the ceiling continued to collapse like dominoes. They kept moving with dust and dirt flowing in their wake. Their shadows raced through the collapsing corridor with all their strength. The castle was in the throes of death, with a massive crash and a cloud of dust. Final chapter to the fairy tale that had been Kritziland came to an abrupt end. Still till the death was over. For a moment, amidst their swirling emotions, any past enmity was forgotten. The two collapsed on the lawn and basked in strange solidarity. Subsided before long. A tremor of such magnitude seemed impossible for an amusement park like this. As the sounds of destruction echoed across the park, Alco addressed the individual at her side.
ねえ生きてる
うん。
チェ
Yeah? While the click of her tongue was adorable, the meaning behind it was anything but.
青崎、あいつどうなった？
見ての通りよ今頃バラバラ死体になってるんじゃない
Kojiro sighed, wholly relieved by her frank response. His reason.
でもそんな心配より自分の心配をした方がいいと思うわよ
Wasn't out of the woods yet, after all.
青崎、子供の頃はいじめっ子だっただろ。
可逆趣味はないって自負してるけどそれで今の自分の立場分かってる
He sat up and smiled. Kojiro hung his head in shame, wondering why her kind tone and expression was so chilling.
面目次第もございません。
かしこまってもダメよあの提案には大前提があったわよねこれは取引だってあなたが役に立つのなら見逃してあげるっていう
わかってる。だから面目ないって言ってるだろ。
Kojiro made a show of avoiding her eyes, like a pouting child. Alco was taken aback by this sulky display. Perhaps he was angry at himself rather than her. He was not mad because she would not let him go. He was mad that he had not done his part. Alco sighed for what seemed like the millionth time that day. She could not figure out what surprised her more, his unconditional kindness or her naive approval of it.
じゃあ覚悟はできてるの
そんなのはできないけど、約束だからな。結局は何もしていないし。
It was certainly the case that he failed to do any of the things she had expected of him. But just then, she glanced back at the collapsed house of mirrors. What had he done after failing so spectacularly? searched for the extinguisher so he could use it as a weapon. I waited patiently in the plaza as the maze collapsed all around him just because he thought it was wrong to leave her behind. It's the foolish choice, and the exact opposite of her choice to run towards the exit without hesitation.
ま、それでよしとするか。
He was satisfied, even as she was shocked at how naive she was being. It's true that he had saved her. He smiled inwardly, admiring, but only for a moment, the bravery he continued to show in the face of such extreme circumstances.
役割は果たさなかったけど、アフターケアは合格だし、約束は守らなくちゃね。
She pulled herself to her feet.
約束は、ま、いつか守ってもらうとして。
The girl tried to keep a straight face as she offered a hand to the boy, still lying on the ground.
結果はどうあれ手助けしてもらったし、特別サービスってことで、今夜はもう手を出さないであげる。
He bashfully averted her gaze. The profile appeared different than it had in the past. It was clearly still the face of the vibrant girl he met that day he first arrived in town.
何を
As if she had felt his eyes on her, she shot him a frowning glare.
いや、突拍子もないけど、青崎は律儀だなって。
Took her outstretched hand, feeling his weight as she pulled him up. She could not help but think that he was about to the last person she wanted to hear that from.
ところで、今夜はって言うけど、明日からは？
さま、その時になったら考えるわ。
She shrugged her shoulders as if she was not sure herself. The response was so unlike her that it made Sojiro smile. It's the solidarity of having escaped death together, or their fleeting camaraderie that made him do so. It had been for this night only. The air between them was kind and gentle. A lot had transpired, but the midwinter nightmare had come to an end. The pair had overcome many trials and tribulations, and could now leave the mirror realm in their wake. Before that,
随分と身勝手ね。それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら、青子。
I said yes, Alice said no. It was the voice of a beautiful songbird, a merciless machine, rolled into one.
アリス。
Her voice quivered as she spoke the name. The lady in black made her presence known. The night was not yet over. Her name was Alice Kuanji. She was a witch whose name struck fear in the hearts of Alko. The avatar of the night would allow no witnesses. Okay. Of course there was a part 2. We even had a part 1 in the beginning, so it made sense, right? Alright. I'm gonna call it there for today. Because I think part 2 is gonna take some time too. Let's get back to this next week. I went through quite a bit, actually. That was a lot. Thanks, guys, for joining. Thanks, anyone absolutely watching. Be back with what? Argonauts? HBR? HBR on Tuesday, probably. If you want to join that, feel free to. I'll see you guys later. Alright.